Beautiful people, what's going on? Welcome to the backstage for those who are here with us, kicking it live right here on Living Splitscreen. Shout out to the beautiful people that are here at the moment. I'm going to give you guys a quick shout out just for being here, man. So, Tim the Sorcerer, Jesse Darby, K. Asante, he says, gentlemen, I'm driving to GCX Orlando, and I have about an hour and a half drive. So you guys are going to keep me entertained. Have a great show. Thank you, K. Asante. Appreciate the love, man. And yes, it's an amazing thing that you get to actually be like part of what we have going on this year. The Super Bowl of gaming. You get those first hand touches. So that's going to be pretty cool, pretty dope thing. Stay safe. Please. Yeah, no, 100%. I'm saying, man, I'm in Florida. Tony Grosso, what's going on? Giza Prime. He said, whoa, like the first Saturday of forever, I can actually watch live. Well, shout out to you, man. Glad you're able to check us, get in here live with us. Again, whether you're live or whether you catch us on the back end, the only thing that matters to me is that you don't tell me, oh man, I missed this. Don't tell me you missed the show. Either you watched it or you didn't. I mean, catch it when you can or don't catch it. You don't have to pretend like you watch content. I hate when people do that. I'm not gonna sit there and pretend to you. Casket Repair, Ray Oid, Dooma Reaper. And then, of course, we got Mr. Kima is also in the house saying good morning and good Saturday, folks. And good morning to you, good sir. Again, want to welcome you all to the backstage where we are getting things rolling. We do this when we get things rolling early. This is kind of something that we've taken from the likes of Rand Thor, the Xbox 2, also Jeff Grubb, Mike Minotti, or with Games Beat the Sides, and how they kind of hold their due, more so that than anything. I just feel like, at least to me, no, it's not going to be the same thing. I don't want it to be the same thing in any way, shape, or form. They're way more in part of the industry than we are currently, for sure. But for us, I do like the personal aspect that it brings, and that was the main reason why I kind of wanted to start to do this thing. Was because of that, doing a little bit backstage talk, getting the chat involved. Hopefully, as we grow, we'll definitely be able to have more open conversation for the first 15 minutes of the show. So this section runs from about 9 o'clock to 9:15. And then from 9:15, that's when we get the real show on and popping. We get the introductions going. I'll be recording for the audio side of things because I typically try to get that out about an hour after the show ends, which we'll see how that goes with today. A little bit of background. The Future Game Show is today. I know a lot of people downplay it, don't really see a lot of excitement out of it. Last year, we saw a lot of things that we were interested in, that we liked. So this year, I'm anticipating that same thing. That's going to end up happening right after our show today. So you can expect that we'll definitely be done before 1. But it goes live about an hour after that. So definitely be on the lookout for that. Me and Pong will be getting our food together and getting it set up so that we can spend some more time. We're probably going to end up being live with Fun Speculation, aka Math, for those who are or are not familiar, doing a live, basically reaction to the show and everything. And then it's going to be the same thing tomorrow. And for those who are curious, look, man, I have certain people in my DMs all the time who are always asking for me to jump in, be part, and those things matter, right? I'm not going to force myself into anybody else's shows or anything else like that. And life is crazy as it is already. So if you haven't asked me up to this point, then I'm probably not going to be part of it, man. Just to be real. Some things opened up here this weekend. Unfortunately, I wanted to get on some of the indie stuff this week, but I couldn't just because of how work kind of played out this weekend. I also wasn't expecting to be part of the showcase just because of work, but Fortunately, I will be able to, since I am starting training for my my promotion next week. So there is that. Some good news in there. But with that being said, Pong, I want to talk to the people for a little bit, man. What's going on? Tell the people about your week, how you feeling. Got about 7 minutes, man. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Right. Oh, hold on, Pong. It says that you're muted. Sorry. Yeah, it says you're muted. I got you. Hold on. I think it's on my end.
Did you,
Go
yeah,
ahead
I
and
was
speak
gonna
for me
say,
now.
nothing. Yeah, hello,
There we go. There we go. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, was testing some things in the background. Greatly
Hey.
appreciate it, Dragonheart Yobi. Thank you, Geezer, for letting me know. Thank you, Tony Grosso, for letting me know that he's muted. Everything was working, but we did a sound check beforehand. And I don't know what happened. Either way,
Steel just doesn't want me to talk today, everybody. That's what it is. Steel wants to take up this whole show and talk about factions. That's what he wants to do today.
Well, we'll do a little bit of that.
He doesn't want to talk about the Christmas. He wants to talk about factions. That's what this man wants to talk about today. Let's get real here.
Tim the Sorcerer says he's real bad at lip reading, so we're going to do a little bit better about that.
Hey, listen. So I'll start over again. I'll cut down the beginning there. But anyways, it is Christmas time, gamers, and it's been a long week. Did 9 hours of podcasting on Thursday. I took the whole day off of work, straight, literally 9 hours. But like I was telling, what I was just saying, and the most important thing is that I've never had a group of people like this that get as, again, that kid-like feeling
Passionate.
of Christmas Day open. Yeah, passionate, but even more than that, like you could be passionate about something, but with gaming, it turns you into a little kid again. Like you get that giddy feeling, like I'm getting something today.
Right.
Like it's crazy, Steel, that opening presents kind of feeling as we go through the week here, and we're starting to see all this freaking amazing new games coming. And we're getting surprise announcements already, and obviously we're going to talk about that. But really, it culminated last night, Steel. You know, when we were on Xbox Ultimate with Tim Dog last night, right? And Tim is just a big giant kid,
lit
man.
up, lit up.
But yeah, Tim, there was just an extra level to even Tim Dog. I mean, Tim Dog's usually a hype man. I mean, he's the Xbox dude, right? But even that on Xbox Ultimate, man, there was just a different feeling about it as we were talking about all this stuff going on. And it's just super cool, man. And it's super cool to be a part of this community now and to go through this around this time, this E3 time. And hey, look, we can call it E3 time because they announced they're coming back next year 100%. And they're going to be live in person as well. So yeah, no, this is just a special time, Steel. It's a special time. Like I said the other day when I got off of, because a lot of people say, how do you do this many shows? Like even some podcasters say, man, you're going to burn yourself out. Look, I got done with 9 hours. I wasn't tired. I was energized. I could have kept going. The only thing I was hungry. That was it, because I hadn't eaten. I literally had no time to eat. Like I had grabbed 2 pieces of cheese in between, like when I ran into the bathroom. That's the only thing I was. But man, I was energized because again, I'm talking with and to other people with the same kind of feelings that I have about this time. Man, I just love it. I just absolutely love it, man. There's no replacing this whatsoever. So,
yeah, man, and that, awesome. I mean, and that's why, like, I don't know. I definitely think we're start working on some things in the background at some point here. Whenever I get some free time, I want to be able to build a Discord. I don't necessarily want to do it myself, but I want to be able to build out a Discord. I want to be able to build out kind of again. Me and Pong's main focus is definitely building up a community here of people that care about what's going on in the industry overall. It's not about console wars because that's such an old archaic thinking that I do want people to get away from, because it's not about plastic wars. I mean, if we want to say it, give some kind of war to it, it's a subscription war. But honestly, but even that's going to open a bigger conversation, because then we can start having a conversation about our ISPs and internet speeds and how technology is going to end up moving forward, because that's something that's going to follow right in line as we move further and further into the digital era. Making sure that you have the speed and whatnot to get that content. Like me and Pong were talking a little bit last night, even with Tim, who is somebody who works in that industry with files and everything. And just like for me, for an example, I get like 500 to 600 gigs down and only get like 30 up. You know what I mean? Like that is insanity. And I never understood that, but it shows you where infrastructure is currently at, right? The up should be a lot higher than that, right? For as much as we're paying for it per se. Now, I know people overseas, especially in Europe, they don't have those same problems. They also don't have data caps. You don't have that same problem with the phone bills. Y'all's phone bills is dumb cheap. Where over here, like over there, you can get a card for 25, 35 bucks or whatever the case might be. Over here, you're paying at least $100 for one line, right? Unless you get in with like a family plan and you can give somebody $50 or whatever the case might be to take advantage of, and it be actually useful to you, right? It just seems like something that's going on in America, man. Definitely a bigger conversation to have. Not one we're gonna necessarily have right now, but definitely something that has to be discussed as we move forward. Jacob Novik says, I'll say this, watch out for the fake Xbox leaks on Twitter. And he says, I repeat, fake. And ladies and gentlemen, again, look, I've been on the internet for a long time. I'm going to treat everybody with the same kind of respect as anybody else, right? If you're 25 plus years old, you can take this how you want. And I don't mean to offend anybody by this, but I need you to figure it the fuck out. Because you should be able to manage yourself in social media. If a leaks is a problem for you, this isn't the first leak we've ever gotten in history, or leaks. And this is overall, it just blows my mind when people just get so upset about leaks. If you don't want leaks, then don't go on Twitter. What do you expect? If you don't want leaks, don't go on YouTube. If you don't want, people make livings off of this stuff. People have hundreds of thousands of subscribers because of leaks, because these are conversations that they have. And if you do not want the show to be spoiled, then stay offline. Go do something. Go push a lawnmower. Go wash the car. Go do something. Play games. Half the time, that's the other part that blows my mind too. It's like when I'm not looking at news and everything, or listening to news, or looking at game and stuff, I'm playing the game or experiencing life. You know what I'm saying? So it's like can't find that time to just be like upset about me. Ooh, there's a leak. You know what I mean? I don't know. Definitely be careful if you don't want to see it. Definitely avoid it. I definitely agree with you, Jacob Novik. But again, all that stuff is leaks. Nobody's going to put out anything that is unfamiliar to you per se. But again, everything is going to be by chance. Nobody knows what's actually going to be there unless some big names come out. I know he said Tom Henderson says he knows what the show's going to end up looking like, and he should have a leak for us. He said he's not going to personally leak it, but
yeah, he said he's not going to leak it. He's doing a show today too, and he's going to talk in generals. He said he's not even going to do it on his own show. He's just going to talk about some of the rumor mill. Yeah. That's it. He said he would not leak it. So, because again, what's the point at this time? It's the day before the show. Again, I want them all. So if any of you come across the real leaks and I don't see them, DM me, okay? Because I want to see them all. I like to see all the presents. I don't get disappointed by them. It doesn't bother me in the least. Yeah. It won't kill my hype for the show tomorrow. I'm not one of those people that needs to be surprised to be like, oh, I'm still excited. No, man, I'm still gonna be freaking excited, whatever the hell it is, because I know tomorrow's got a chance to be real special.
Yeah, no, it does. Tony Grasso says, whatever the case may be is the official motto for Living Splitscreen. Have I said it that frequently that now it's kind of a thing?
You may have said that a few times.
few times, whatever the case.
A few
I mean,
times.
it fits, whatever the case may be. Because again, especially in this space, we're not speculators, although we are part of that family. But you know, this is a fun speculation. But I like to throw that out there because we don't know what the case truly is, right? We're all speculating, we're all doing guesswork. I don't have people DMing us, and me and Pong, we just feel like sometimes we have a little bit of our hand on that pulse. You know what I mean? So that's kind of where we're coming from.
Well, still, let me give a little teaser for the show here. You know, because we're obviously going to do our predictions for the Xbox show.
Yeah.
You know, in you know, again, you say we're not insiders, but you know, I've got the full show. Steel. I mean,
Oh, okay,
I've got I talked to Phil on Wednesday.
Oh,
So,
okay. Personal meeting. My fault.
and this is totally a 100% true story. I'm not making
Okay.
this up for any kind of dramatic purposes for Living Splitscreen at all. Okay, so I was supposed to be on Boom's prediction show on Wednesday night. He got over with early.
Okay.
Well, I missed it because I was at work and I was rushing
Right.
home. But I knew I was supposed to be the last person on the show to do the prediction. So I was going to come with the grand finale. So I said, God, I got to come big, right? So I hit Phil up.
Email
and,
or like text message?
No, I texted him.
Oh, you texted? Oh, you got his
yeah,
number.
and then all of a sudden,
Oh,
you know,
okay.
and then I was
Direct
leaving.
contact.
I was about ready to leave work, and then I looked down, and I was getting a call from this weird number.
Oh,
and
okay.
I was like, oh, I'm like, I wonder if this is Phil. So I picked up, and sure enough, it was Phil on a burner phone.
From a burner phone.
From a burner phone. Right. So,
Nice.
And I said, Phil, look, I'm going to be on Boom Show tonight, and I want to come correct because all these people are throwing out all this crazy stuff.
Right.
So can you give me the rundown? And he was nice enough to do it. Look, the man likes to talk, right? The man likes to talk.
I've heard. He's like us.
Listen,
I heard.
He started trying to tell me about the 2023 roadmap, the 2024 roadmap, and I had to cut him off. I was like, yeah, you look, Phil, I don't have time for that at all.
Oh, you told him you didn't have time.
Yeah. I'm like, I just need the show. So I got the whole show right here. I've got the whole show. So on today's show, everybody's going to already know it. This, call it a leak, whatever you want to, but you're going to know the entire show by the time I get done.
By the time you're done with it, I'll see. I'm interested to hear that. I don't know. That was a little teaser for later, right?
Yes.
You got me excited. I want to know what Phil broke down to you, man. Well, we'll get into those things.
It's crazy.
Look, man, I'm gonna run with it, man. I'm not gonna say nothing else. I'll run with it. I'll hear the things that he told you, and we'll go from there. You know. So hopefully you guys are gonna be tuned in from Phil calling it from his burner phone and throwing some plays to Pong while he tells him how to really get the work moving.
Oh, it's not just some; it's the entire show.
Oh, it's the entire. Oh, it's not
it's
even
the entire thing. Okay. I got all 95 minutes laid out to me. So we're good.
Perfect. All 95 and was like 10 seconds or something like that.
It's 95 23. So whatever.
Hey, who's counting, right? I got you. You stupid. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you again for those who are chilling with us live currently. This is the back end show. We are now about to go live and start the actual show. So, ladies and gentlemen, here goes the intro music as I get that pulled up here really quickly for us so we can get this show on the road. Right. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, get up, good morning, and let's go. Episode 60 of Living Splitscreen is coming at you live, raw, and uncut. And where else can you come to get the authentic, passionate gaming industry conversation than right here with the Living Splitscreen guys? For those who are tuned in live with us, I want to say shout out to y'all. Hopefully y'all are having a beautiful start to your weekend as we roll directly into the E3 of gaming, Super Bowl of gaming, whatever it is to you. This is Christmas. We have a lot of coming out on the horizon. But before that, definitely got to pay a little bit of bills here. One, got to shout out to the Midweek Mix-Up Collective for not only sponsoring us, but also being a representative for us and also just allowing us to be us. Much love to the gentleman over there, Wandering Dutch and such. Also, today, for those who are tuning in live, and on the audio side of things, sorry, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have to catch it live at some point. But it is also something else that I am working on in the background. We have some Diablo Immortal gameplay for you running. Now, look, Diablo Immortal is going to have a lot of things that I personally want to say about it, because a lot of people are saying that the phone is that the game is very predatory, that the game is very, it's a good game, but it's just microtransactions are ruining the game. And ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if people forgot, but it is a phone game. But we'll get a little bit more into that here in a bit. Nothing to take away from it. So, with that said, I am one of your hosts, Steel Rain. Steel Rain. The T is a 7. You can find me everywhere. And I have to pass it off to my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Man, who is not Cyclops. My guy, Pong. So, what's going on, brother?
For anybody who wasn't here for our before show, anybody listening to us in the future, Merry Gamers Christmas, everyone. Welcome to Living Splitscreen, another Saturday, and man, is it freaking what an amazing week already. A couple days, and I'm already feeling like we already have so much brand new stuff coming our way, and we haven't even hit the Super Bowl on Sunday yet. For a lot of us, not everybody, but a lot of us, listen, Steel, this is the best time to be here doing this in this community full of people just like us, passionate, got that kid-like feeling, but ready to open up some brand new presents coming down the road with Santa on his sleigh. That's what this is about right now. And man, I am so glad to be here with you, brother. We did a show last night together. But again, I was, Thursday, I did 9 straight hours of podcasting. You and I have been in the DMs, obviously, but yeah, man, we haven't had a really chance to sit down and talk, just you and I, like we do on Saturdays every week, Living Splitscreen, about this. So I am ready to get down to business, man. I got the Superman shirt on. It is time to fly, Steel, because I'm feeling like I could right now. Like, I don't need Red Bull right now because I got gaming, and gaming is giving me a lot.
Give you life.
Talk about. It's giving me life. It's giving me hype. Even more so. Again, we've been doing this now for the past month. I can't believe it's actually here still. That's what's crazy.
No, that's
like we've been, bro, how fast this time flew. Like, we were just talking about, man, we're gonna have to wait till June, and we got all this. Man, here we are right now.
Yeah.
On the cusp of the Super Bowl, but we've got all this other great stuff happening with Keeley's Summer Game Fest, which everybody's got their opinion about these shows, right? But man, over 40 games were shown at Keeley's show. Yeah. Insane, with surprises, Game Pass surprises for all of those of us invested in the Xbox ecosystem.
That's the main
We got surprises out of the blue with no fanfare, nothing. What does that mean for the big show on Sunday? We're going to talk about all that today, Steel. But chat, you guys are all amazing. Absolutely love to see all of you in here spending your Saturday. Again, it's been nonstop shows. Everybody is having shows this week. So it's absolutely incredible to watch people, when they join you, they could be about 1,000 other places, literally 1,000 other podcasts, but they choose to come listen to us wherever we're at, and we appreciate all of you. Nothing but love and respect, and I hope you have all found something over the past couple days that interests you. because that's what this is about. It is the golden age of gaming, people. If you doubt that at this point, after what we've seen coming, man, I don't know what to tell you anymore, because I have never seen a time like this in my life playing video games.
100%.
I am so excited right now, Steel. It's crazy, man. It is absolutely insane what we got going on. Otherwise, gaming wise, look, I worked heavy Monday through Wednesday, took Thursday off, worked from home yesterday. So I haven't had the much time, but bro, I ain't gonna lie. The game I swore off, I got it working the other night, Steel,
Yeah.
live on the air on PM and the PM. I had Jasper help me out, and it worked. I got Call of Duty Modern Warfare working from the disc on my Series X, because the Modern Warfare 2 hype, man, it grabbed a hold of me. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm excited for Call of Duty. Like, Battlefield let me down, and I don't think Activision and Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 is going to let me down this time, Steel. I really think they're back on top. Infinity Ward knows what they're doing. So I had to go back. I had to try again to install Modern Warfare, and I got it working. And man, I am rusty, but I'm getting my legs back. The Call of Duty quick twitch legs are coming back again. But I'm having a blast in Modern Warfare 2019, because I had never really played it. I never had it. So to go back and see that and now get hyped for Modern Warfare 2, that's great. But man, we got so many other games to talk about. Steel, I know you've been all over this. Diablo Immortal, I talked a little bit about when it
Yeah.
first dropped. I had played it for about an hour.
Yeah.
Steel, you've been deep diving this, man. You've been in
I've been
Diablo
neck deep.
Immortal.
I've been neck deep, man. Mainly for me, I want, because this is the thing that I really hate about communities overall, and just people mostly, is that people like to blow things out of proportion. For example, I'll give you Kena, Bridge of Spirits. People said that Kena was a less than 8-hour experience game. Now I played the game on hard, but I got almost more than 20 hours in that game before I beat it. I think I put in maybe closer to 40 or whatever the case might be. And no, I wasn't like looking at the grass and taking all these pictures. And I mean, of course I got pictures and I got gameplay and everything else. But it was a more expensive experience than what people tried to make it seem. I know a lot of people try to, a lot of people beeline games and they just boss. And people will tell you that's that's how you get through games. You just beat it. And it's like, that's not experiencing games to me though. When I play games, and it's definitely a fault of my own. It's part of the reason why I don't get to, most of the time, touch a shit ton of games. I like to get involved in the world. I like to get pulled into the world. Now here recently with podcasting and me being more involved with the community and the industry overall, that has opened up a little bit for me, where before I wouldn't start 1 or 2 games before finishing one. Now there are games that I do open up and everything. Now I also know what I stand for as a game, and I know what I'm into. So it is also about time, right? Because time is the major factor as we continue to get older. I know for those who might be a little bit younger, may not understand it, may not get it, but I'll be real with you. Time only escapes you as you get older. So definitely trying to plan it out right and make sure you get all your time in, or whatever the case is, something completely different. The Diablo Immortal conversation I will save for after we do our upcoming week in games, just so we can dive neck deep in that conversation, because it's a deeper conversation to have than some may tell you. The game is not just trash. The game is not just pay to win. The game is not just, it's filled with microtransactions and they're forcing you to make these purchases. It's not none of that. So I definitely want to have a bigger conversation there. But there has been a few games that I've been into, at least this week. So I'm right now, I'm in the mainstay of 3 games. I started Sekiro. I'm about over 10 hours into Sekiro. I'm having a really good.
I didn't know you did that. I didn't know you did that.
Sekiro Shadows Die Twice. I'm having a really good time with Sekiro, but I am seeing why people say that it is the most difficult out of all the Souls games. This game is not forgiving. It's not. It's like when you die, you lose a lot. And then you also have this like additional pressure, or whatever the case might be, from there's poison or whatever the case may be. Again, I'm still towards the beginning of the game, so I don't know all the phrases and everything, but it's not too bad for me because this game is literally, it's another one of those Souls games to where, I'm not gonna say another one of those Souls games, but it's another one of those games, I should say, that wants you to understand how the game needs to be played. Like the enemies are aggressive and the game wants you to be aggressive also. Because if not, and you take too long, you're going to be having some long battles. It's all about building that meter up so you can break their posture, get the major damage in on them, sneaking around, using the environment to your advantage. You know, I tried to approach it and just do it like Souls-like and just dodge, and nah, that wasn't working. You got to use the run mechanic, you got to use the dodge mechanic, you got to know what the type of weapons you're using. I also have the game fully modded out on PC too, so that's definitely been a fun time. I got a completely different outfit for Sekiro right now. He's looking pretty fly, looks like the drip god. And I also have a really pretty dope sword for him. I had him using a lightsaber, but I swapped it out. I might swap it back, but I did have that going. Another game, so that's Diablo Immortal and Sekiro that I've been kind of neck deep in. Diablo Immortal, I believe I'm probably right around 30 hours into the game. No money spent to the game, so I do want to say that. Well, except for $5. And that $5 was on the battle pass, but that was towards the end. That's been here recently. The other one that I've jumped into because I am a mecha fan, and Gundam Breaker 3 was the biggest reason I ever bought a PlayStation 4. So as a mecha fan, we just had this Gundam kind of expo that happened here recently where they announced Gundam Evolution, which is like the Overwatch clone, I should say. It looks really good though. I'm hoping it's going to end up being really fun. I signed up for the open beta for that. But then they also announced the SD Gundam game. It's another it's an action RPG game. So I was scouring over on the computer and it's randomly typed in, hey, best robot game, best mech game on PC. Of course, you get your typical, you get Mech Warrior that comes up, you get Robot Wars that comes up, and there's some other games that end up coming up. None of them that kind of interest me. Now, I do have another one, Daemon X Machina, that I do want to get back into at some point, but I was looking for something that fit what I was looking for, the customization and the combat and, you know, something more along those lines. Of like the Gundam Breaker game that I played, Gundam Breaker 3. And I ended up coming across this game that's actually in early access called Mass Builder. And MASS stands for Mechanical Assault Skeleton Suit.
So it's MS Builder is what you're saying.
Yeah, MS Builder. Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I know what type of the game this is. Here we go.
No.
But
the
anime.
No, it does have anime aspects in it though. But that's not the main focus. Essentially the game itself, Mass Builder is an action RPG with you as a player piloting a mass suit, and you're the commander of a private military company. You're setting out to help combat the threats of Quarks, which are like basically like aliens. You know what I mean? And then you will build, customize, a fight to save the world, or at least have fun creating, customize your perfect mechanical suit. Now, that's one of the main things about this game that intrigued me because it is fully customizable. They have separate pieces. You can add on to the pieces. You have literally full customization on this game. And for this game to be an early access, I also looked at their Twitter. You can look up Mass Builder on Twitter. They don't even have 2,000 followers yet. Now, maybe they don't work on their Twitter like that. Maybe that's not where they get a lot of their attention at. But I'm going to tell you right now, for those who have a PC, because it's only available on PC, this game needs to be on every console in existence. Currently, they're working on PvP and getting co-op implemented into the game. I saw them working on that. They dropped some dev diaries on that, kind of just jumping into what their thoughts was and what they're trying to do. This game has a lot of potential as a mech game. I showed a little bit of gameplay in the background in case you guys, if you're into that.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
Check out Mass Builder. The combat is amazing. The dual wielding is on point. The gun mechanics are cool. You can definitely tell that.
Yes, Geezer, there are twerking Gundams. Yes.
Yeah, twerking Gundams.
Steel has assured me of that.
No, there's no twerking Gundams. And yes, this game, the story does have some anime elements, though it's more so you're reading the story. You can definitely tell that most of their effort has gone into, of course, your initial intro to the game, to like your hangar and how all that's set up, the UI, and then also the actual end game. So a lot of their attention is there. The story overall, again, I told you a little bit about it. It's cool. It's not the most whatever. It's kind of typical, whatever the case. Hey, save the world, get us some money, earn more parts, kind of thing. And then the game features an in-depth customization system that has clear distinction between equipment that gives you status and equipment of pure aesthetics. You'll be able to customize everything on the suit to match your playstyle while looking good in fast-paced mechanical combat. Again, Mass Builder, check it out if you have it on PC. That's going to be my third game that I'm currently into right now. So between Diablo, Mass Builder, and Sekiro, I'm neck deep right now, man. And then I'm gonna have to re-download Call of Duty for you. I'm at least a multiplayer. I can jump back into that,
brother. Again, I never expect that from people, man. I just get my legs back underneath me again before Modern Warfare 2 comes out. That's all.
It depends on what we got going on, but I mean, we're gonna run it. I know we got some other people to download it. If we're gonna run it, we'll run it. I don't mind that. Again, last time I played Call of Duty, all I did was play Warzone. I haven't played multiplayer since the game has come out. So
I played Call of Duty with randoms for so long that it's like no big deal.
Yeah, that's how I feel. Man. That's how I feel too. If I want to play a game, I'm going to play again. No, I don't have to wait for somebody.
Right.
But with that being said, let's get into games we got upcoming this week, and then we'll get into the Diablo Immortal conversation. Pong, are you ready?
I am ready, sir.
All right, let's get it.
My screen would not jump up there. We're in June already. We are in June. There we go. Thanks for coming back, computer. Appreciate you. Well, it is Christmas time, so companies are too busy talking about brand new games coming in the future. They don't launch a whole lot, but there is some stuff this week. So we got the week of June the 13th, running through the 19th, I guess. So let's see what we got in store for us this week. Starting out with a very, very interesting game. We actually saw this at the Keelys. I believe it was the Keelys. Forgive me if I screw up my shows because there was so much shown, but I believe that, this one was at the Keelys. So this week, coming out to Switch and PC is a little game called Neon White. This is oh boy, how do we want to describe it? This is an action game. It's a
runner. It's a runner action.
Kind of a runner, but you got more freedom than a runner.
I mean, right? I mean, that's true.
You're moving. It's not just a straight line like most runners are, right? So you can go all over. This is going to be a speedrunner's paradise, though. That's for damn sure. Because it's got this great, fantastic anime style to it. It's extremely creative. It's almost Mirror's Edge. It's Mirror's Edge in an anime style with a whole lot more action to it than even Mirror's Edge combat wise, right? So they call it a first-person shooter puzzle platforming game. Okay, that's what they call this officially. So go check out this video if you're in those types of games. This is extremely fast-paced. You're going to be wanting to find the quickest route. There is some kind of card system that you have to use to attack with, I believe. So you got to watch the videos and read up on it more. But if you're into that Mirror's Edge style game, man, go check this one out. Absolutely gorgeous graphics to it. I absolutely love the style. It's not for me. I was never a Mirror's Edge guy. I'm not into that. Having to plan my attacks on the run like that and then finding the best way to do it and replaying over and over again. But Neon White is definitely going to have a fan base. Because the characters are absolutely incredibly designed. That's just personal taste. Some people look at it and say, nope. But for me, it looks great. It's developed by Angel Matrix, published by the absolutely fabulous, and we talk about it all the time here, Annapurna Interactive. Annapurna does not miss. They are like Devolver. They are some of the best indie publishers out there. Probably 1A and 1B for them in Devolver right now.
Yeah.
So go check out Neon White. Absolutely looks ridiculously good. Again, PC and Switch to start out. Obviously, there's hope that they're going to bring it to everything eventually for a lot of people, but right now it's Switch and PC. That's June the 16th. And then we've got Red Out 2 coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. And Red Out is basically a clone. This is published by Saber Interactive.
Wipeout clone.
Yes.
Without the shooting.
Without the shooting. But it's published by Saber Interactive, developed by 34 Big Things. Go check out Red Out 2 if you're looking for that racing game. It's almost a clone of Wipeout in a lot of ways. So go check out Red Out 2.
It's fast.
Yeah.
It's faster. It doesn't have the shooting in there and everything. I played the first Red Out.
Okay.
Me and my brother had a really good time with it, but I was expecting it for it to be more like Wipeout, like an evolution of Wipeout, and it doesn't have any of that. It's literally about you racing, how fast you can go, learning the tracks. It's a fun game. They have some beautiful games. They got some solid tracks. It could be enticing for some people. Hopefully Red Out 2 does pretty well.
Absolutely. Then we've got a game, and in this golden age of gaming, with all the stuff we've heard about coming to console from PC already this generation, please bring one of these Starship Trooper strategy titles. Starship Troopers Terran Command is coming to PC June 16th as well. Bro, I love Starship Troopers, man. That fan base is so rabid, man. Dude, Starship Troopers is fantastic. I wish I could play this, but Starship Troopers Terran Command is coming to PC. So go check that out for all you PCMRs out there. I'm sure it's going to be a freaking blast. It's got to be. It's Starship Troopers. They can't miss. They can't miss with Starship. Go check that one out. And then
we're all excited for
this one right here, folks. This was one of the surprises. We'll get into it more over at the Keeley shows, because this not only was just a surprise in in 3 different ways. It surprised the hell out of us. Yeah. Even though we all knew about this game, they came with the full
came with the heat.
Yeah, they came with the heat on Keeley's show. But Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge, coming to PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. And again, we'll get into this, but also now confirmed coming to Game Pass day and date with 6-player co-op. And, of course, you say 6. How can you have 6 players, Pong, when there's only 4 turtles? What the hell are they talking about? Did they make up some janky new turtles and throw them in there like this is going to be teenage? No, they did not.
The pink turtle.
No, they had the pink turtle. Are we going to have the Power Ranger turtles now? Is this what we're going to do? Nope, they did not do that. They did exactly.
That would have been dope.
They did the most fantastic thing ever. They added April O'Neil, Master Splinter, and of course, Casey Jones. All 3 playable, 6-player co-op, online co-op.
Online.
We were all clamoring for as well. Huge deal. We'll talk about it more, but obviously many in this community are excited about this. I know my friends list is going to see a lot of TMNT 100%. Come the 16th when we're all firing it up and getting online. This is going to be a party game. This is going to be a blast. Okay. So Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's Revenge coming out June 16th. Be ready. And then another one that a lot of people, are going to downplay, but Fall Guys is also coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series consoles, Xbox One, and Switch. It's going free to play. So it might get revitalized. There's still a lot of people playing it. It just isn't what it was during the pandemic, obviously. But man, kids are going to love this. There's a lot of people in this community excited about it. Again, even though it's a game not for me, I'm happy Fall Guys is finally coming here, man. It's finally coming. So Fall Guys, I skipped ahead. That's June 21st. I thought
you're good.
This week. Good. So that comes June 21st. But next week, I got something special next week too. Something that's going to be near and dear to my heart next week. And I'll be playing that probably by the time we talk about it. Well, no, I won't, because we'll do this Saturday. But anyways, that's it for this week because we got too many things to talk about for future games. That's what we're going to talk about now. So let's get down to it. So actually, you want to dive into Diablo first, so do your thing.
Yeah. I was gonna start off a little bit. Thank you, Pong, for that upcoming games segment. Again, one of the biggest reasons we love doing that is because gaming is art and should be treated as such. Not only do we want to get you excited for what's coming in, but we also get you excited with what has come in the past. So definitely be on the lookout for that. Also,
Ray, if they bring in the TMNT collection as well to Game Pass, man, that's a 1-2 combo.
Yeah, that's a 1-2.
If they get that on top of this, yo,
it's gonna be co-op for all of them.
Oh, it's gonna be some fun going on around here. Let's go.
That's gonna be some recording sessions we'd have to get in for sure. But what I was gonna say is first, ladies and gentlemen, again, if you're here, gotta do the bills. Definitely hit that like button, share us out, tell your mama's daddy about us, and tell your daddy's girlfriend about us. Tell them that we are live, that we're keeping it to you live, raw, and uncut. And other than that, thank you all for being here, man. And then on the audio side of things, again, if you can, please hit us with a rating. Only give us 5 stars if you feel like we're worthy of it. Other than that, let us know what we're doing wrong. Otherwise, let us know how we can improve. Our Twitter DMs are always open for those who are listening live or do have a Twitter. But let's get into Diablo because Jordan Luke just asked another question, and this is part of one of the things that I want to address. And Pong, if there's anything that comes up that, whether it be in chat or anything that you could think of that you feel like would be important for the people to know, let me know and I'll address those things. But Diablo Immortal, seemingly one of the most controversial, and mainly because I think of how great Diablo is as an IP overall.
Okay, hold on real quick. Tim the Sorcerer, just to correct you, Shadowrun, the trilogy is the 21st, not the 16th. I've already got them pre-downloaded. That's the one I'm going to be talking about when it comes out, man. But the Shadowrun trilogy is the 21st.
Yeah.
So if you were looking forward to the 16th, sorry, man. I'm sorry about the bad news, but it is 21st. So just to let you know.
Yeah, unless the dates change. But if that's the case, let us know. So Jordan Luke, he asked a question that says, is Diablo Immortal paid to win? And we'll start there. Is Diablo Immortal pay to win? Short answer, yes. Long answer, it's hard for me to consider it pay to win. Mainly because it's more so pay to grind than it is pay to win. Now, again, that kind of goes hand in hand with each other. You pay to grind enough, then essentially you have paid to win because you'll end up getting the best gear. Now, Diablo Immortal isn't pay to win in the aspect of, oh, if I spend money on the game, I'm going to get the best gear or whatever else the case. Because it all, at the end of the day, is based off of chance. This is 100% a loot box driven game. This game is 100% a mobile game. It is set up as a mobile game. I want people to understand that. This is not the console game. This is not the PC game. This is a mobile game. This game was set up to entice you to spend money left and right. I'll be completely honest in saying that. Now, myself, kind of like John, who John says he's currently level 59 Barbarian, and the only money he spent is on the Battle Pass. The Battle Pass is $5. Isn't bad. It's $5. It lasts. The thing about the Battle Pass, though, and this is another place where they get you playing those mental mind games, is Battle Pass only lasts for 30 days. After 30 days, that's it. So you either get what you had within that Battle Pass, you make full use and level up that Battle Pass, or you lose it. Period. So you're already playing mind games with people there. We all know how Battle Passes do it. Fortnite, Call of Duty, all these other games do the exact same thing where they give you this Battle Pass, they expect for you to finish it, and if you don't finish it, oh well. You have to try again next time. If they ever bring it around the next time. The other thing too that Diablo does is that after you do these runs and everything, they do try to entice you and say, hey, you know, if you go through this run, you got this loot. If you did this, you can get this much more loot. Oh, by the way, after you just finished that dungeon, oh, if you get this pack right now, it's a 500% value. And as a consumer, when you see these numbers, it can be difficult for someone to be like, to have self-control and say, oh man, all this value, how can I deny this value? Now, that is where I'm going to have my main argument, because you as a consumer should be able to determine and stop yourself from spending money on a game unnecessarily. Nobody's forcing you to spend money. Nobody's saying that you have to spend money. Yes, I will agree that this game is a predatory game. The game is extremely predatory, and it is extremely obvious. The game does not, okay. It'll be one thing if Diablo Immortal was hiding the fact that it has all these pay-to-play aspects to it. It's not. It's blatant, it's in your face, and the biggest parts that you see it is when you're done doing your daily missions, and that's when you start noticing it, because the XP gain is very slow, especially if you're not in the battle pass, especially if you don't have things to complete in your book or whatever the case might be, your quest log or whatever the case may be. You're gaining very minimal XP. You know how they make up for that? Hey, you spend $2 here, or you get X amount of XP and you get these extra gems. You know what these gems do, or these relics do for you? They allow you to go do these relic runs that'll get you more loot and better gear and better crystals. But we're going to set up a in-game economy to where players basically understand where if you don't have any of these relics, you're going to get kicked out of these matches, because people aren't going to want to run with somebody that doesn't have any relics. And that's exactly what's happening. If you go do a relic run and you have 0 relics and everybody else has at least 1, you're getting kicked out. So now you as a consumer, you as a gamer, you as a player who is trying to play the game completely free to play, and mind you, they do hand out relics and they do things, but they do it in moderation. This is a game where you get in, dive in for a couple hours or so, and then pull yourself out. And that's it for the day. Literally. This is not Diablo 2 Resurrected. This is not Diablo 4. This is not Path of Exile. This is not any of the other games that people keep trying to compare it to. This is a mobile Diablo game. Candy Crush, all the same things you see in Candy Crush and other games like that, Bejeweled and other games like that, is the exact same thing that you're seeing in Diablo Immortal. But for a game that is completely free to play, I am almost level 60. Spent only $5 in the game for the Battle Pass because of how far I've advanced into it and how far I've advanced in the game. I was already halfway through the Battle Pass without getting anything, without investing. I'm almost level 60. 60 is where the game opens up, and the game hasn't even fully opened up more. So after you hit 60, the game opens up even more. You have more things to get to, more things to grind, and then you also opens up your Paragon levels. My main takeaway from all of this, from what I have experienced, is personally, this game is not one that you're going to get in and be like, oh, I'm going to compete. No, you're not. Unless you're willing to spend thousands of dollars on this game, you are not going to compete. Whether that's a PvP level or in a PvE level. If you're trying to be the top damage or what, this is not the game for that. This game is quite literally, hey, here's some Diablo on the go, bite-sized pieces, a grind that you can keep up with on a day-to-day basis, especially as a free-to-play player, and then you go mind your business. It's not here biting for all of your time. And that is where people mess up. People are so obsessed because the game is fucking fantastic. The story is A1. It reminds me of Diablo 2. It does. Classic. The gameplay is immaculate. I'm usually a berserker in Diablo games and these style of games. I'm playing Necromancer and I'm having a fucking blast. Summoning shit. I'm shooting energy balls. I'm shooting necromancy balls from a distance. I got a golem. I got 4 skeletons that are running with me. I summon a grim reaper that goes around slicing shit up. Like, I'm doing a fucking shit ton of, like, and the game is doing really well with making me feel strong until I get to other content, right? That's where they get you. You do not have to spend money in this game, but this game makes it very enticing to spend money, which I can, and I understand that, which is the problem that we have, because this game is too good for it to have the things that it has in place. And right now, unless you pay, you are not going to be somebody that's going to be able to keep up with some of the whales, or you don't even have to be a whale. You're not going to be able to keep up with somebody who spends $100 on the game a month. You're not. Now, you could get some luck of the draw. Sure, it happens. Everybody. I knew people like that all the time. Luck of the draw, first try, third try, boom, they're good to go. They don't have to ever grind for anything for real. Then you have those who, it doesn't work out that way. And that's been my biggest takeaway from Diablo Immortal. If you guys like Diablo, stop listening to people and play this game. Now, if you don't like playing mobile games, I feel you. Don't play it on mobile. If you can play it on PC, play it on PC. This game has no reason not to be on any consoles. It does need to be optimized. It doesn't look the greatest, especially on PC. Sure, but that can be scaled, right? They can do a little bit more work on that, give us some more options. At the end of the day, the base of the game is 100% there. The biggest problem is with microtransactions. And I'm sorry to tell you guys, honestly, I'm not sorry, because everybody should have self-control, but if you cannot control yourself not to spend money, if you cannot control yourself to pull yourself away from this game because of how great the game is, and I know that's kind of contradictory, it is a mobile first game. That is how it was designed. So you can complain about the game and how you can't grind for 1,000 hours and get good gear, and you can do all that if you want. This is not the game for that. Again, go play Diablo 2 Resurrected. Go play Path of Exile. Get ready for Diablo 4. All this has done for me personally is get me extremely hyped for Diablo 4. Now I really want, after playing Diablo Immortal, and I've been hearing the up and down conversations, I was like, man, maybe I need to jump back into Diablo 2 Resurrected, man. Like, God, I'm fiending for, maybe I need to go play Path of Exile. Oh, well, I'm doing my research. Oh, it's not like Diablo, though. It's not Diablo. Path of Exile is a little bit slower. I like the pace of this game.
It's really good, Path of Exile.
I've heard it's really good, but I've also heard it's slower.
Yeah.
Which isn't a problem.
Yeah.
Because I'm not interested enough to dive into something, because there's supposed to be a Path of Exile 2 coming out, and I'm really bad about that, especially big games like that, because Path of Exile is in a small game. So, and if there's already a second one that's supposedly, quote unquote, supposed to come out this year, I'm going to try that one out. Unless we get Diablo 4 before that, then, of course, me being biased, I'm always going to go Diablo, because that's just what I came up with. But I'd say, yes, Tim, he says, well, sounds like Diablo 4 is going to be fire.
Yeah.
100%.
Just said that.
Based off of this game,
yeah,
I have no problems. Because essentially, what I think is Diablo 4 is going to have all of this, and except for all the microtransactions. I think what they're going to learn from this is that they can make a purely cosmetic microtransaction-based game, no loot boxes, and can be a huge breadwinner for them.
Well, and Blizzard's going back. They listen to the fans. They're going back to the darker, much darker, much grim, much more grim, bloodier Diablo from back in the day.
That's how it should be, yeah.
Which is how it should be.
That's what I miss, 100%. And that's the other thing Diablo Immortal does, right? It does that. Corpse explosions, like, you know how dope it is where I'm killing these mobs or whatever, and all of a sudden I hit corpse explosion and you hear nothing but pop, 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 bunch of just corpses exploding on the ground, blood. That's what makes Diablo dope, man. And the loot grind, it's a good time. It's very enticing. It's fun. And I think that's really why people have a problem with it. because it is egregious that if you don't pay, you're not going to be able to be competitive. But it's hard for me to complain when I'm almost 40 hours in and I've only spent $5 on a free game.
Right. Exactly.
But that's just me.
Right. If you're that person that's got to be the best of the best in a game,
this isn't for you. This isn't for you.
This isn't for you. But if you're a gamer, if you're just a gamer and you're looking for an experience, is what I said. And I only hopped in for like an hour or two, right, whatever. I haven't gone back to it again this past week. But when I hopped into it for that first part, listen, this is Blizzard at its finest. They didn't skimp on the Diablo experience here. Like, did they put a bunch of stuff behind a paywall, the excessive paywall? Yes, they did do that. But the game itself, they didn't just slap this thing together and say, let's slap Diablo on some generic. No, this is prime Blizzard. The team that's behind this did a fantastic job. This is top quality. Again, we had this discussion, I think, last weekend, whether or not mobile games could ever be considered like AAA games. And I think that good games like Genshin Impact and those types, there are games in the mobile space now that you can look at, that you can sit down and play and go, look, there was a lot of time, effort, thought, passion put into this game. Yes, it may be monetized to hell, but like Steel just got done saying, it's 2022. What do you expect? We should all know this by now. This is the mobile market. If you don't like it, hey, there's other options for you. And I understand Diablo fans, well, we just want to play Diablo. Well, then, like Steel said, go back and play Diablo 2. Go play Diablo 3, right? Those are there for you until you wait for Diablo 4. Yep. Those are there. But if you want a new Diablo experience in bite-sized portions, Blizzard did not just, again, throw this out there and say, we're just going to slap Diablo's name on there, make a bunch of bank and move on. And they took, a few months to put this thing together. No. They live up. This game lives up to that Diablo name in every way, shape, and form. If you take out all the monetization. So if you can just go play a game and you don't care about the PvP, you don't care about being the godlike creature that you can become by paying thousands of dollars. If you don't care about that, you just want the straight distilled Diablo experience. Go play this game because it's worth your time if you like playing on mobile or PC. I hope they bring it to console because I think it's got a home on console as well. But again, this is something that's really high quality out of the Blizzard team, and it is something that I think people, again, the conversation can be had, how far is too far with monetization? But like Steel said, he's got 40 hours nearly into this game, and he's only spent $5. So if you have self-control and you're one of those people that don't mind the Diablo grind, Diablo's always been a grind, okay? Always. But if that's cool to you and you don't care about all the extra splash and dash, go play this game because it's fantastic. From what little bit I played, now Steel, again, from talking to him about this 40 hours in, man, I'm sold on this game. This game sounds like it's going to be the next big thing.
Yeah.
Now, could they do something with the monetization? Yeah, maybe they will adjust some of it once they get enough people into the game and playing. Maybe they will adjust a little bit of it to make it easier for certain people to at least get up a little bit, like to get some of those gems in that gear. Maybe they'll adjust the drop rate, right? So that more, I think there was one ridiculous stat, you'd have to play 10 years straight to get the drops versus paying thousands of dollars. Well, maybe they'll adjust some of that as they go too. But right now, it's just the base game is great for Diablo fans. And it's something that's going to carry you over until we get 4. And Giga J, I don't think it's coming this year, brother. Diablo 4 will be next year. Diablo 4 will be 2023.
They're taking some extra time with that, with Diablo 4. I think they're trying to hit another mainstay. They really want to put Diablo back on the map. And again, they did a lot of things right with Immortal, but they're also taking a lot of backlash on the back end. And again, it's an up and down thing. You're not going to make everybody happy, but it does show you how passionate people are for Diablo. And I think that's the bigger conversation to be had, because now Diablo's being talked more than it ever has been previously, right? No matter how you want to look at it, negative or positive, Diablo's being talked about. And guess what that does for 4? Continues to build that hype up. And guess what? When 4 releases and they do a doc and they tell you, oh, Diablo 4 is everything Immortal is, and 10 times over. It's graphically a masterpiece, and the story is magnificent, and the gameplay is the greatest you've ever seen in this gameplay style, then all is forgiven. And they could have the perfect grind system set up there. Also,
it's funny how franchises go through this when they put out like three had all of its issues.
Yeah.
3 didn't hit
I like
the way
3 when
that
it came out though.
Yeah, so did I. But 3 didn't hit the way. There was a lot of the Diablo fan base that was very disappointed in 3 for some valid reasons.
Yeah.
They try to change up. They try to get a little bit. Again, they always do that. They try to go for a bigger audience, and they change some things up to make it more accessible for people and all that kind of stuff. And you kind of leave some of your hardcore fans behind. But again, Diablo 4, everything we've seen, they're listening to the fan base. They're coming back. Blizzard is now back on the upswing. They've had their down moments, but people forget how big Diablo is. People forget how big these franchises that have these dips really are. Everybody's going to remember, especially if this Activision Blizzard deal goes through, and they are now underneath the Microsoft umbrella, and that thing drops in the Game Pass day and date. Diablo 4 is going to be a phenomenon as long as they do what they did with Immortal, and it seems like they are. They're taking their time. They've gone back to what made Diablo great again. And again, that's what you're seeing in Immortal. In a lot of ways, you're seeing, like Steel just said, kind of the starting point for Diablo 4, because what they brought back to Immortal is that Diablo 2 feeling versus the Diablo 3 feeling. And Diablo 4 is going to go even further back. And actually, I think they're going to actually go even grim and darker from the environments that we did see. So that is going to bring back those hardcore fans. Diablo is going to be back. It's never been gone. But again, people are going to be talking about it, like Steel said. They're already talking about it now, whether positive or negative. But Diablo 4 is going to put it on another stratosphere when that drops into Game Pass, when Microsoft is pushing it everywhere, when people now, again, Diablo 3, the accessibility wasn't out there like it is now. Now people are going to be on their Samsung TVs playing Diablo 4 from Game Pass without even a console being around. And Diablo is going to be like the perfect game for that type of streaming service. So look, it's just going to get bigger and bigger from here. But I'm so happy to see Blizzard come back with something. Again, do I like the monetization? No. Should we expect it in 2022 from a mobile game? Absolutely. We all should. We should not be shocked, even when they throw out numbers like hundreds of thousands of dollars to get all of everything. Look, it is the way of business. It is what it is. It is up to us to have personal responsibility to control ourselves. If you're somebody with godlike money who doesn't care and can throw it at the game, great. Let the whales throw it at the game. Okay, that's fine. For the rest of us, there's a game here to be played. The game itself, the base game, is not locked behind a paywall. You can play this game just like you would Diablo any other time and still have a great experience. So,
yeah, 100%. That's essentially my take on Diablo. I would definitely say check it out if you're into that. If not, I mean, hey, you don't have to play it. You can. There's other games to play out here. I don't know. It's just weird when I see people super upset about it, and not telling the full breadth of the story. Right. Again, almost 40 hours of gameplay for a free to play game. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, man. It's up to you to make that decision. What's value to you?
Again, it wasn't too long ago. Steel, we had a gigantic uproar over $5 horse armor in Obsidian,
That's what started
Oblivion.
That's what started it all.
I mean, the uproar back then, we didn't have social media like we do now, but the uproar from the community was like nothing I'd ever seen up to that point. People were flipping that, they're flipping their shit over $5 horse armor. So again, we're just at a new stage in 2022.
Whether it's horse armor, whether before that it was map packs, whatever it may be. You know what I'm saying? Like, sure, you can blame, and people are mad and they can say, "Oh, well, this started." At the end of the day, it's nothing but a benefit to. It's a benefit to them. You don't have to get it. You don't have to get it.
Don't play. There's nobody forcing you to download.
You don't have to get the $5 horse armor. It's not making you stronger. So, I mean, fuck it. And I mean, that's my biggest, and that's my biggest thing. As long as it does not affect the game.
I'm glad you put that much time so you could talk about it like that.
Yeah, man.
It is important that people hear it.
Because I just saw a lot of YouTube, Reddit, Facebook, people like really smacking the game up upside the head, and it's just like, bro, y'all aren't telling the full picture. There are people are out here saying like, oh, the game wants you to spend all this money up front. It's always telling you need to spend some money, and no, it's not. The game is not doing that. It is not that blatant. It does end up doing it as you get further. There have some moments, but the game isn't throwing it in your face all the time. Like,
we know a lot of it's bandwagon too. Right?
I mean, of course,
all the time. Of
course. I mean, again, don't listen to people that actually won't actually try and play the game. That's why I wanted to play it for myself, right? And honestly, that's the only reason why I would stop playing it, because I understand what the ecosystem is and what it's turning into, and I'm not willing to spend money to keep up with it. No, I'll spend the $60 if that's what the game is worth. But if it's going to cost more than that to keep up with the game, I'm good. And the game isn't worth $60 to me.
Right.
Not as a free-to-play game, not with the input issues that I have. Now it's doable because it's Diablo and it's not like it's super intensive or whatever, but like I do have my own personal gripes with the game. Hit detection and movement, and like there's just certain things that shouldn't be a problem, especially when you're playing natively with the controller plugged into your computer and it's on a computer. But that's neither here nor there. Definitely check it out if you're into it though. From the Diablo Immortal conversation and the microtransaction snafu, that's all kind of brought into play.
Let's jump into some fun stuff.
Where you want to go?
Let's jump into some fun stuff, Steel. Let's do. Where should we go? Let's do prediction. Let's do our.
We'll do predictions.
Yeah.
For the showcase.
Yeah.
Already?
Let's jump into. Yeah. Let's do that. Let's switch it up a little bit. We could go in order. We could start with Keely's show and move forward. But let's just jump into these predictions. Let's have a good time right now, because there's a lot of our community that's in here right now and that's going to be listening to us later. That's what it's about. The Super Bowl on Sunday. We're not going to be that show that holds it all the way to the end. Let's talk about this good stuff, man. Let's talk about this, because this has got me hyped, Steel.
Right.
This has got me hyped. So let's do this, Steel.
Do it.
All right, man. So
what we got going on, man? Where we want to start?
Do you want me to give you the show? I mean, up front. I mean, do you want me to give you the show?
Because since I've talked for a minute, let's give the people the break and let them hear from the great Pong, that Genghis Pong.
Well, yeah, I know, but this is gonna invalidate all your predictions, Steel, because I've got the show direct from Phil right here.
Hey, man. Well, fuck it. If you're gonna invalidate my predictions, that's fine. I'm interested.
All right, everybody. Everybody, I got the playbook from Phil. That's right. For anybody who wasn't in the before show, I'll give you the shorter version. Well, who cares? Look, this is 100% true story. Of course, not made up for any dramatic purposes here on Living Splitscreen.
None. Zero.
Not for any kind of entertainment purposes whatsoever at all.
Yeah,
for anybody who couldn't, anybody listening on audio, I just winked there. Okay, so this story is 100% true, folks.
Factual.
Right?
From the horse's mouth.
So I was supposed to be on Boom's prediction show on Wednesday night. Unfortunately, his show ended a lot sooner than he believed it would, so I did not make that show. But I saved something for this show, and that's right. For anybody who didn't hear this story previously, look, I was going to be the last person on Boom's show, so I wanted to come big with the big grand finale. And I said, how am I going to do this? And I said, I know, I'll hit up Phil and ask him for the show notes. I'll ask him for the rundown, and I'll show up on Boom Show and give the full show to everybody who's still there listening when I show up, right? So I called Phil. Well, he didn't answer, but I left him a nice voicemail, right? So all of a sudden I was getting ready to leave work because I had to rush home to try to make Boom Show. And I was like, dang, Phil ain't going to get back to me. Well, all of a sudden I get a call from a weird number, and I'm like, who the heck is this? I'm like, well, maybe it's Phil. So I pick up the phone. Mm-hmm. Sure enough, Phil on a burner phone, right? Mm-hmm. So I got Phil on the line. I'm like, Phil, look, I'm doing this show. Everybody's coming with all these crazy predictions out here, and I got to do something big. And I want to give the people the actual rundown. Can you break it down for me? Have you guys finalized it? And he's like, well, Pong, we're kind of still in the process of finalizing, but he goes, I've got the outline. I've got the outline. I've got the show here. You'll know all the games. They just might not be in the right order if I give them to you now. And I'm like, okay, Phil. And then he started talking about the roadmap for 23 and 24. And he started trying to give me all the games coming. I'm like, no, Phil. I just need the show, man. I just need the show notes. And then he started telling me about the closing date for the Activision Blizzard deal. And I was like, Phil, I don't want to hear that right now. Just give me the show. Just give me the show. So finally, I got Phil to get down to business. So I've got the full show here, folks.
Okay.
So when you guys listen to this, if you don't like spoilers, I'm sorry, but you're gonna know the whole Xbox Bethesda showcase comes Sunday.
You got it, Tim. 95 minutes and 23 seconds.
Yep, 95 minutes and 23 seconds. Tim was listening prior when we started the show, prior to recording, when we do our little just kind of behind the scenes stuff. Tim was listening. 95 minutes and 23 seconds. So here it goes, Steel. You ready for this? You ready?
I'm ready. Break my heart.
The order of this is subject to change, but you all are going to be blown away because this is the entire kitchen sink right here. We're throwing Phil and his team are throwing everything at us on Sunday. So get ready. All the nonsense you've been hearing out there, it's nonsense right here. All right, you ready?
They already want me to mute you.
All right. So Phil's going to come out on stage. Phil's opening the show. Last year, we got the man Todd Howard. We got the man Todd Howard. He had a couple of different outfits. He was looking at, right? Because there's a couple new games coming. And he didn't know what T-shirt he was going to wear underneath the blazer, right? Yeah. So he was still figuring that out. He's going to come on stage and he's going to say a few words about the delays of Starfield and Redfall.
Okay.
He's going to apologize to the people in person, how disappointed everybody is. But then he's gonna say, but we're gonna make it all better to our Xbox fans out there. And it starts right now, right off the bat. They're gonna open the show with Avowed, Steel. They're gonna open the show with the next beautiful gem from Obsidian. Okay, in Avowed, the brand new IP. They're gonna show gameplay, Steel. They're gonna show gameplay.
I see that. Avowed.
And then at the end, when they get done with all this amazing gameplay,
the
screen's going to go dark. And then the numbers are going to come up on the screen, Steel. And it's going to be 11, 22. That's right, folks. Avowed 11, 22.
Okay.
Straight from the horse's mouth, Phil said, we're going to make it up to you. 11, 22, Avowed. We are getting it this year. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Then Steel. And then you're going to hear some car engines, Steel.
Okay.
You're going to hear some car engines.
Need for Speed?
You're going to, nope.
No.
Nope. You're going to hear some car engines, Steel. You're going to hear some racing noises. You're going to hear cars around the track. And slowly but surely, the screen's going to come into view.
Okay.
And you're going to see cars actually on a racetrack, and it's going to be like we're watching live racing, and you're going to be going, what is going on? What is this? And then all of a sudden it's going to be the turn 10 symbol, right? And it's going to be Forza Motorsport. That's right, folks. Forza Motorsport. We're not going to believe it. They're going to talk about how we just were not witnessing live racing somewhere in the world, but we were witnessing the brand new Forza Motorsport, and they're going to go into gameplay here. They're not going to deep dive the tech stuff. They're going to save that for the second day, Phil assured me. This is going to be just straight up gameplay.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. Gotcha.
Hey, listen. I want to make sure, because I said, Phil, pacing. And he goes, no, we know. Pacing's got to be on point. We're not going to do any of that deep dive stuff. That's why we got a 90-minute second show on Tuesday, the following Tuesday.
Oh, okay. So we can fit that there. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah. So we're just going to have gameplay of Forza Motorsport, and that screen's going to go black. And the numbers are going to come up. And I don't know. He didn't know for sure what date we had yet, but we knew it was going to be 2022. So Forza Motorsport in 2022, and we're going to have our minds blown, Steel. And then Steel.
Okay.
You're going to come with something new.
Not something new.
Something new right after Motorsport. This is going to be nonstop, folks. We're not getting Phil back out on stage talking. We're not
It's going to be
Sarah
Project
Bond.
Dragon?
Nope, it's not gonna be Project
No,
Dragon
no.
Steel. No,
Oh,
the
man. Okay.
in-house. We're staying in-house
Oh,
here,
in-house
Steel.
only. Oh, okay.
Staying in-house
I mean,
here.
Phil told you, so my fault. Okay.
You know this. You know how this goes, Steel. Again, pacing. Steel.
Okay, my
Phil
fault.
assured me. Right. So look, they're coming with Compulsions, brand new title. That's right. We're going to see Compulsion. Phil has talked about the studio. Phil has said that they're doing something special. Of course, we know them from We Happy Few, which not everybody was excited about, right? We knew
Yeah.
that that wasn't going to, again, that wasn't the peak of Compulsion. I love their early game in obviously in contrast, right? I played that on PS4 back in the day, but Compulsion's an up and coming team now that they're underneath the Microsoft umbrella. So Project Midnight, folks, is coming, and they're going to finally reveal that to us. It's
Okay.
going to be absolutely freaking amazing. It's going to be amazing. Phil said to me, "Look, you're not going to believe it, Pong, what you're going to see on the screen from Compulsion. You're not going to believe this is the same devs that you saw before." So Compulsion shows up. Then, right after Compulsion Steel, we're going to hear the sounds of war, baby. We're going to hear the sounds of war.
Okay.
Not gunfire though. No, we're going to hear steel clashing. Not you, Steel.
Oh, okay. Who am I clashing
But
with?
steel
Okay.
swords and shields clashing.
For honor.
We're gonna hear armies yelling and screaming. And we're coming with Age of Empires 4 for console. That's right. Age of Empires 4 is coming to console. My dreams come true. Not for everybody, but they're gonna announce the console edition of Age of Empires 4.
Okay.
And then Steel, right after we get done seeing all these battles, we're gonna hear cars again, Steel. We're gonna hear cars again, and everybody's gonna be like, "What's going on? We just saw Forza Motorsport. What is the deal? Why are we hearing car engines again, man?" That's right. The splash screen is gonna show up, and it's gonna have Hot Wheels. It's gonna have Hot Wheels, the classic Hot Wheels insignia that we all know and love, and then it's gonna be Playground Games, and then we're gonna see Forza Horizon 5. That's right. The Hot Wheels DLC is going to be announced next. It's going to be deep dive. Okay. And they're going to show us all the crazy tracks that we loved from the first time they did the Hot Wheels DLC. The Playground's going to be so excited to show this. Man, it's going to be crazy. And then Steel, we're going to have some Grounded show up next. Obsidian's back in the house to finally announce and release Grounded 1.0. That is enraptured over 5 million people already. They are going to finally put this in its final form and launch it. That's going to be huge momentum. And then we're going to have Sea of Thieves update. Now, it's not going to be a deep dive like we got with the Pirates of the Caribbean. They're saving that for the second day. Again, pacing people. So, but we're going to find out what the next Sea of Thieves DLC. And again, for anybody asking, no, Phil didn't tell me all the names of these new games. Nah, he didn't get into that. I didn't have the time. I didn't have time to listen. I just needed to get the basics down here. So Sea of Thieves, DLC. And then we're going to have an indie sizzle reel, Steel. That's right. We're going to have an indie sizzle reel with all the indie games. And we're going to get updates to Exo Mecha. We're going to get updates to Bright Memory Infinite, those games that have disappeared off the map for a while. We're going to get that indie show update right there. And then Sarah Bond is going to come out on stage for this next part here, Steel. Sarah Bond's going to come out on stage and say, you know what? You've heard that me and Phil have been traveling over to the East. That we've been doing a lot of work with our Eastern partners, right? And then she's going to say, this has all come to fruition now. And guess what? We are happy to announce some of those games coming to Game Pass today. Now, I'm not talking about the games dropping in the Game Pass, shadow dropping. No, I'm not talking about that, Steel. I'm just talking about a lineup of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I'm talking about Persona 5 Royale. I'm talking about Judgment and Lost Judgment from Sega dropping into Game Pass after all the success they had with Yakuza. I'm talking about Tales of Arise and their awesome partnership that they have with Bandai Namco coming into Game Pass. And finally, even Square is going to make an appearance. Well, they already did with Final Fantasy VII Remake, but they're also going to announce that Near Replicant is also coming into Game Pass. And she's going to come out and say, we're so proud of our teams. We've got the project working on directly over in Japan. We got a new team building over there, but we want to show how strong our relationships over there and the success that we're having in Japan is not just a blip. It is something that we are planning and continuing throughout this generation. So expect even more titles from the East showing up into our ecosystem. That's how the middle part of the show is going to go, Steel.
Okay. Middle
And
part
then
of the
she's going to
show.
go,
Damn,
and then she's,
okay.
yeah. Oh, no, Steel. We got more. We got lots more Steels. I told you this is the kitchen sink, baby. This is the kitchen sink. Sarah's going to go, we not only have some Eastern partners, but we got some Western partners too. And we are happy to finally unveil that Ubisoft Plus is also coming to Game Pass. That's right, folks. Ubisoft Plus is going to come to Game Pass Ultimate for no additional charge.
No additional charge. Plus.
Ubisoft Plus is dropping in. And not only that, Steel, if that didn't get you juices flowing as they show off all the Ubisoft games, the whole entire back catalog that's going to be dropping into Game Pass for us by the end of June. We're going to have that whole back catalog in there. They're going to say, you know what? Our partners over at Ubisoft, they got a lot of things they're working on right now. We know that you all know that, but maybe one thing you haven't heard about is a brand new Assassin's Creed title in the old mode, Assassin's Creed Rift. And then the show is going to open up.
Man.
Yeah, the show's going to open up and we're going to fly over an ancient Baghdad. And it's going to be a brand new Assassin's Creed in the old mode, not the new one that that we've heard about, where it's kind of it's like this online thing and it's all this. No. A single player first experience set in ancient Baghdad. That's right, Assassin's Creed Rift coming to Game Pass day and date, of course, underneath the new Ubisoft Plus subscription service. And we're going to get this first flyover of Baghdad and our first look at our assassin in that setting. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. And then Steel. And then we got more third-party partners, brother. We got more third-party partners.
To end the show.
No,
towards the end.
Ending the show.
Just the middle.
This is still the middle. This is like the middle, brother. Project Belfry from Stoic is going to be there and show off. This is the one that was broke. The news broke from Jez Cord. And of course, shout out to Windows Central. Shout out to the Xbox 2 and him and Randall Thor. But Jez came through with Project Belfry a long time ago. Stoic is the makers of Banner Saga. And if you have not played Banner Saga and you like turn-based strategy combat, go play Banner Saga right now. It's fantastic, the trilogy. But they're making a new game in the Dragon's Crown. If you guys don't remember Dragon's Crown, please go look that up. In the Dragon's Crown animation style, please, is some of the most beautiful animation you will ever see, hand drawn. They're bringing out a brand new game, and they're going to show off Project Belfry. That's right, Steel.
Okay.
And then Steel. And then we're going to bring it back home again. Josh Sawyer is going to come out from Obsidian. The famous Josh Sawyer. Yeah. Him and his little team, and he's been working on a passion project called Pentiment, codename Pentiment, also from Jez. This is supposed to be a detective style new little game from him and his team. And of course, he's going to show this thing off, and he's going to talk about it. And it's in that Disco Elysium mode for anybody who knows what that is. It's not going to be high action, but it's going to have RPG elements. You're going to be a detective on the hunt for somebody or something. And he's going to show this game off. And he's going to say, coming to Game Pass 2022. That's right. Steel Pentiment is launching this year.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, look, man. It doesn't, if all of this isn't enough, Steel, if all of this has not already blown your mind, they're going to stay in-house, Steel.
Okay.
They're going to stay in-house again, right? In Exile. We know they've been working on Project Cobalt, first-person RPG set in a steampunk world. In Exile is going to show finally a teaser with the name. I don't know the name. Phil, again, I told Phil, stop telling me all this information, Phil. I just want the basics. But In Exile is going to finally show up on stage and give us their teaser and then finally put a name to this project, Cobalt. So, yes, we are going to have In Exile there. And it goes on,
Okay.
Steel. It goes on, Steel. Mic drop moment coming up, folks. Before even the end of the show, mic drop moment. This is going to crush the internet, folks. Phil's going to come back out on stage. Phil told me he's going to come back out on stage and he's like, all right, folks, no, you had a great show. This pacing has been unbelievable. You guys are probably all tired from all the gameplay and announcements you've already seen here today, but we are not done. We are just in the home stretch here, folks. He's like, and during that home stretch, to start that home stretch off, I want to go ahead and bring out one of my great friends, somebody who's been in this industry for a very long time. You all know him, but he's never been on an Xbox stage before. I want to bring him out here for the first time. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ed Boon to the stage, folks. Ed Boon, of course, from NetherRealm. Please, warm welcome for Ed Boon. Ed Boon's going to come out from the back. He's going to be wearing a t-shirt, Steel.
Okay, what's the t-shirt going to say?
T-shirt's going to have letters on it, Steel. And it's going to be KI and MK. That's right, Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat. Killer Combat, as our brother Fuzzy Belvedere has been hashtagging out there. Killer Combat is real. Ed Boon is going to come out and say, Phil, it's great to be here. Finally, to be on the Xbox stage. I have been wanting to make a Killer Instinct game, but of course, we've got this amazing franchise in Mortal Kombat. That's my baby.
Right.
That's my baby, but I've always wanted to touch Killer Instinct. I'm so glad we could make this happen, Phil, that we could go ahead and announce Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat today at the Xbox Bethesda Showcase. Yes, folks, it's in the works. This is the secret project we've been working on. Can't wait to show you more, but then they'll have a little teaser, Steel. They'll have a little teaser. And it's going to be Saberwolf versus Scorpion. Okay, and it's going to be a little quick teaser of not showing combat yet, but showing up to the arena to face off on each other. Right, that's what this is going to be. But yes, we are getting Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat. And for folks asking, yes, this will be multi-plat, which I know a lot of Xbox fans won't want to hear, but that's how they're going to get this deal done, is by making it multi-plat. But it's not going to matter. We're going to get Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat, which at the end of the day is all that matters, and it's going to come into Game Pass day and date. Okay, so we're going to get that announcement, Steel. We're not done, Steel. Again, mic drop moment right there.
Not after the one mic drop moment? What is going on?
Oh, no, Steel. No. Right after Ed Boon leaves the stage, Phil's going to turn around and act like he's walking off stage. He's going to do that. Oh, right. I got one more thing for you guys, too. But it's not going to be the big one more thing. It's just going to be, I got one more thing for you guys. I got one more person here that I got to bring out. Another friend, another person who's been in the industry for an extremely long time.
Master Chief.
You all know him. Master Chief. You all know him. And it's crazy to have him finally back on the Xbox stage. He's been here before, but it's been a while.
Oh,
it's great to have him here. So guess what, folks? I'd like to, obviously, it is an honor and a privilege to welcome Kojima-san to the stage. Kojima-san, come on out here. And Kojima's going to come out, and he's going to have his glasses on. He's going to have that quirky little smile of Kojima always has. He's going to come out and shake hands with Phil. And then in Japanese, of course, we're going to get the subtitle action, but in Japanese, he's going to tell the audience, all of us gamers watching, he's so happy to be back with Xbox again. He's so happy to be working with Phil and the team again. He wants to introduce Overdose to the world. He wants to reveal Overdose to the world, and we're going to see what all the media members who signed NDAs and can't talk about, what they all saw. We're going to get a nice short trailer for Overdose, brand new IP from Kojima-san. That's right, Steel. That's right. And if that's not big enough for you, Steel, let me tell you something. Phil's going to walk off stage. They're going to bring it back in-house again.
Oh
And bring
my
it back.
god.
They're gonna bring it back in the house. I told you this is a
What is
kitchen sink,
going
bro.
on?
We're about to have a 20 out of 20,
Yo,
20 out of 10 show right
20
here,
out of
bro.
10 show?
20
That
out of
sounds
10
like
show.
it. Lord.
So after, if that's not enough for you people, and then he's gonna go, then Phil's gonna walk off stage. All of a sudden, Pete Hines is gonna show up on stage. Steel. Pete Hines is
Pete
gonna be out
Hines?
there.
What is he
Yeah, and
doing up
he's
there?
gonna say
What's going on?
a little something. He's gonna be like, look, the Starfield, Todd's very disappointed with Starfield, having to be pushed. We're all disappointed here, but we just didn't have Starfield delay. We know that Redfall also delayed. So, and he's like, but we did want to show you what the team at Arcane is working on and why we are so excited about Redfall. So here comes Redfall, everybody. I'd like you to take your first look at Redfall,
Okay.
right? And then obviously they're going to show Redfall. They're going to show gameplay. They're going to give us an idea of what this game is all about. So we're going to see Redfall Steel in its glory, and we're going to get all excited about hunting down vampires in this new world, this new IP from one of the great studios over there at ZeniMax and Arcane. Guess what? We're going to be satisfied. But P. Hines is going to come back out, Steel.
Again?
Pete,
After
yeah,
he
he's
announces
gonna,
it?
yeah, after he announces he's going to be back on stage again, but this time, Steel, he's done a wardrobe change.
What did he change it to?
Okay, done a wardrobe change. And this is where it gets murky with Phil. Like Phil didn't know which way they were going to go with this, but he thinks it's this way. So he's going to come out and he's going to have a hoodie on. Steel, he's going to have a zip up hoodie on. He's going to come out and you're going to notice the hoodie. It's going to be black. Steel, it's going to be black, but you're going to notice up
All
on
black?
his chest, all black. But you're going to notice up on his chest a patch. Steel, and it's gonna be very bright compared to the black because it's all in red. Steel, red and white.
Okay.
And it's going to be Marvel. It's going to say Marvel on there, Steel.
It's going to say Marvel on there. Okay.
It's going to say at Marvel. And he's going to be like, you know what? We have a studio that you guys probably haven't heard a whole lot about. But these guys have been in this industry for a long time. And we were proud to bring them to our team when we did prior to the acquisition. And that team is Roadhouse. And Roadhouse has been working on something special. They have been working on a Marvel game. And then they're going to show the Marvel IP. Now, I told Phil not to tell me because I did want to be surprised what Marvel IP they had in store for us. But there's going to be a Marvel game at this show from Roadhouse. And they're going to show it off. They're going to give us the first teaser glimpse of this. I'll let you guys run with the imagination from Roadhouse. That's correct. No, that's a veteran team over there. They made the original Prey, Steel.
I've heard, yeah.
Yeah, that's a veteran team. They know what they're doing. People just forget about them. So Roadhouse has got the Marvel IP, and then it's gonna come back to Phil, or come back. Oh, I'm sorry, come back to Pete, and Pete's gonna be standing there with the Marvel hoodie on, Steel. But then what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do, Steel? He's gonna unzip the hoodie, Steel. He's gonna unzip the hoodie. Okay. He's gonna open it up.
So it's a zip up hoodie. Guaranteed.
It's a zip up hoodie. And he's going to unzip it. And he's going to open it up. And underneath, he's going to be wearing none other than a Star Wars t-shirt underneath. And he's like, we're not done with the IPs yet, folks. He's like, ZeniMax Online Studios. That's right. The makers of ESO, Elder Scrolls Online, have been working on a brand new Star Wars game. And Steel, going to be the game of my dreams where we get a brand new Star Wars MMO. And again, I know this ain't for everybody. I know people want Mandalorian, all that kind. Cool. I hope you get it. But right now, I'm talking about Star Wars MMO, where I get to pick to be a Jedi, where I can be a Sith Lord, where I can be a bounty hunter, a Mandalorian, whatever I want to be. But they're going to show finally that ZeniMax Online has been working on a Star Wars game as well, Steel. And then Pete.
Oh, he's not done.
Oh no, we haven't gotten to the real just one more thing yet. So we haven't.
Oh no.
So Pete's gonna say now after all that, folks, I want to bring out Todd Howard. I want to bring out my good friend Todd Howard is going to come out here and talk to you right now. And Todd's going to come out and he's going to have
Now
his
Todd
leather
comes out.
jacket
Okay.
on. He's going to have the Starfield t-shirt on underneath, of course. And Todd's going to say some nice things about Starfield and about how he's sorry for the delay, but he can't wait for us to see it. And then we're going to get the Starfield gameplay Steel that we all expected. It's going to be cut down. It's not going to be the full-blown deep dive anymore because we gotta give Todd some more time and the team some more time on Starfield, as disappointing that is. So we're going to have Todd Howard give us a glimpse at what we can expect from Starfield. And it's going to be a glorious glimpse, Steel. We're going to see flying in space. We're going to see us traveling to different planets. We're going to see some combat. We're going to see some NPC interaction, some character customization. We're going to see that. We're going to get an idea of how big this is. And then Todd's going to thank everybody for showing up, right? Todd's going to thank all of us, how awesome it is to be here on the Xbox Bethesda stage. And he's going to be like, this is an amazing year. Everybody buckle up, get ready. And then Todd is going to say, but I've got one more thing for you.
Well, okay. What's he got now, Paul?
One more thing for you. Our team over at Machine Games who are working on Indiana Jones. We're not ready to show Indiana Jones, but the thing that we've been keeping under wraps is the main part of that team this entire time has been working on Wolfenstein 3. And guess what, folks? We're here to show it off today. It's ready to rock and roll. And you're going to be playing it this fall in 2022. And then they're going to go in and they're going to show us Wolfenstein 3, finally finishing the trilogy off the right way. And we are going to go insane, Steel. And we're all going to be out of breath after this show.
I'm
going to be on the ground dead. We're going to be on the ground dead, Steel.
Yeah, I'm going to be hallucinating.
But that's how they end the show with Wolfenstein 3 coming fall 2022. Now, Phil said that they were thinking about one other thing, and I'll throw this in there. Pete Hines might have one more thing for us up there when he's up there.
Okay.
And this is something that they're trying to figure out whether or not they want to put it in the show, if they're going to hold it back a little bit. But if they do put it in there, Pete Hines, before he does the Redfall review, is going to say, hey, folks, we got something. We got a new team. And that team is lovingly referred to as the Rated R team. And he's going to say, you're all wondering what R stands for, right? It doesn't stand for restricted. It stands for remaster. He's going to say, listen, folks, this team has been working on Fallout 3 and Morrowind remakes. That's what they've been working on. They're going to bring them in between while we wait for Elder Scrolls 6 and the new Fallout.
You're going crazy right now. I'm not bad, Will. I'll tell you.
Listen, I'm sorry I spoiled it for everybody. Everybody who's listening to us, all 35, 40 of you that have been in this chat listening to me retell this story. Again,
hey, Phil told you, man. I mean, my
Phil
fault.
told me straight from the horse's mouth. Listen, man. If that's the show, Steel, if Phil was not lying to me, this can go down as the greatest game show in history.
Period. That's it.
What do you think, Steel?
I mean, you had a lot of interesting things. Yo, I put it to you like this: if 80% of that show comes to reality, I think that the competition may need to be a little scared. There's a lot of heat that you dropped within that conversation. Now, and you gave me a full breakdown that not only did they have one more thing, but they had, you know what? I know I said one more thing, but I got like 6 more things I need to let you know of. Remakes, dude. How does Todd end up being last? As part of this little ordeal.
Because he opened the show last year. They're ending him this year. Bro.
You're wild.
But listen. Obviously, we all know that this was for fun, right? But this isn't actually the whole kitchen sink. I left out IO.
You left
for later.
Okay,
all that
Dragon.
Kind of
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Look, Perfect Dark. Fable, all that stuff is further out. That's the scary part about this list, though, Steel. That's what I was talking about last night when we were on Xbox Ultimate with Tim Dog, right? With everything that we do know, and there's nothing on this list that I made up, right? Now you can, the Eastern side of things, when I did the Sarah Bond part with the Eastern side with Final Fantasy VII Remake, we know that's iffy at best, right? We don't know that. Persona, there's no indication that anything's coming that way from them. But if you take out even just those little ones that I was talking about, I mean, they're big games, of course. And of course, Kojima is questionable. All signs are pointing to this show as being where he announces Overdose for all the reasons we talked about last night. But honestly, Steel, there's nothing crazy on here. This is all stuff that we do know, right?
I mean, you didn't say nothing outlandish. It's all stuff that's been talked about before, all things that's supposed to be in the pipeline at some point.
The only things that I did kind of forecast out is Roadhouse working on a Marvel IP, right? And ZeniMax Online doing a Star Wars IP, right? We don't, those two things really, we don't know. We've heard rumblings, but there's no for sure. But we know that ZeniMax Online Studios is working on a new IP, at least one we know of for a fact. They've been working on it for multiple years. And we know Roadhouse is working an IP because Pete Hines confirmed that. Pete Hines did say that Roadhouse has been working on an IP. And again, the Machine Games Wolfenstein 3 is an assumption. I mean,
it's a good assumption. It's a good assumption.
It's an assumption that, hey, the whole team could be on Indiana Jones, but man, what have they been doing since Youngblood? Again, we don't think they had the Indiana Jones from the time that Youngblood got done. We don't think they had Indiana Jones signed yet. So what were they doing? Well, of course they were going to finish up the trilogy. So did I say Roadhouse, Doom Reaper? Thank you, Roundhouse.
Yeah, you did say Roadhouse.
Sorry, Roundhouse.
Yeah. I didn't want to interrupt you.
My apologies. Yeah, no. That's cool. I do that a lot. If you guys don't know, I mix up my words sometimes. But yeah, Roundhouse. Excuse me, Roundhouse. Not Roadhouse.
They know what you meant.
That movie. I love that movie though. Yeah, everybody knew what I meant. But honestly, Steel, I mean, everything in here is a possibility and real in a lot of ways. That's the crazy. And this isn't the stuff. I mean, the Marvel IP and ZeniMax Online may be further than the next 12 months. I think they could also be within 18 months, right? They could be 18 months. I know. I know it's question, but the majority, like you said, let's say 80 to 90% of this list is real and probable, right? That's the crazy part about how much content Xbox has when you really start sitting down and doing that. That's why this show is so exciting to me. Now, do I believe that everything is going to be talked about? No, I don't. But do I believe that it's possible they could put together a show like this? Yeah, they could. They really could, Steel. And so that's the most insane part about this. That's why I get so excited for this showcase, because this year there is more questions than answers. But we also know they have more in the works than they ever had before. And 2022 is the time that they're starting. It's gotten to that point now. We're past the pandemic. Well, not past it. You guys know what I mean. We're past the main part of the pandemic. They are now getting ready. This is the time where they're getting ready to actually start showing us the gameplay from all of these games and starting talking about all these projects. It's been the right amount of time where they should start doing this. So 2022, Sunday, June 12th, could be the best damn show we've ever seen. It really could. So yeah, Steel. So that was my fun story. I hope you all enjoyed that. I saved it. After I couldn't do Boom Show, I was like, man, I gotta have a lot of opportunities to talk about this, but I'm like, nah, I'm gonna save it for Living Splitscreen on Saturday morning, and be dramatic about it because I like to do that from time to time. So yeah, there's a lot there, Steel. So now, Steel, I've talked plenty. I've laid out what Phil told me.
You have.
So come in with reality a little bit here.
Reality,
Steel.
I don't know if I'll be honest. Since this is going to be our prediction, and I kind of want to line up the show as if it were me, kind of what I would want coming out of the show, or whatever the case might be. So, now the main proponent for this, we do have to understand, is that for me at least, it's going to be a Game Pass show. I think their main show is going to be another one where they come out and say that, hey, 30 of the 35 games that we're announcing today are all going to be on Game Pass, right? So,
yeah.
the show starts tomorrow, right? And then, of course, screen goes black. First thing you see, they pick up from where the last trailer for Val left off when he cast the symbol and he had the weapon in his hand, and we actually get to see gameplay from that engagement. Now,
I didn't even think about that. Steel.
They get into a heated battle. He's about to use a finishing move or something, or maybe the boss is about to, whatever he's about to fight, he's about to kill him, and then it cuts, and then it shows us a little bit of some story. And what is a vow? What is the story that you're going to be jumping into? Boom, Obsidian sets it off right. Then we're already within the house, so you have to roll straight into, because coming off of that, they could do something dope. They could, one, let the screen go black again, or they could take it to the stars. And then Todd Howard comes out, brown leather jacket.
Wait, Avowed into Starfield?
Avowed into Starfield. Because we want to show you Avowed, because not only Avowed, because you're gonna know why. So then they cut to the stars, and then boom, you see the Starfield logo pops up, and Todd Howard walks out, and he's like, "Look, I understand that we've delayed, and a lot of people are frustrated and upset, but I want to start off by saying, Avowed is coming out this fall in place of Starfield."
Yeah.
Now we can't solidify the 11/11/22, but if I had my dream come true, I had to slide it in right there with Pong 11/11/22 for a vow. But he goes on to say, you can expect for Starfield to be released March 3/3/23, the date that I originally announced that a lot of people have started riding. I ain't still, no, I'm not. No, it is what it is. But a 3/3/23, Starfield's releasing, and then before I go, I want to show you what we've been working on, so at least you have a reason to be excited. Boom.
Right.
We get that Starfield gameplay.
Okay.
All right. So from there. So we get the Starfield gameplay.
Again, everybody, Steel did not talk to Phil. Just to let everybody know.
I didn't talk to Phil.
No.
That was me. This is just what I want to see, and these are all games that are going to come into Game Pass day one because of the work that has been done in the background. All right. Then from Starfield, give it a break. It says, you know what? Let's get into some Forza Motorsport. Boom. Forza Motorsport comes out. Biggest bonanza you've ever seen from a motorsport. It got the best racing you've ever seen. The graphics is on point. There's some form of ray tracing in game. They're showing off the engine. Boom, it wows us. But Motorsport's not going to release this year. Be my dream, but I don't see it releasing this year. They'll probably say spring 23 or something. Then after that, from Forza, they say, you know what? We're going to jump into, there's a couple different ways I want to go. Like, I want to break it up. I want to lead with some first party and some things that are a little close to the hill, and then lead it to some third party, then kind of bounce it around a bit. So from there, I think we're actually going to get a Fable presentation to show people, to kind of, because we just got that recent information. Those conversations are going around. Can Playground handle Fable? Oh, the scoping issues. Maybe the scoping issues only came out because maybe they started putting a trailer together and they were like, hey, we got this huge scope, but we need to get something together so we can show the people so that we can get them excited about our game. And then boom, they show a presentation for Fable. Playground game assures us, they let us know that they're moving in the right direction. The vision is on point. Fable's in good hands. They're hitting all the right notes. They don't need Lionhead anymore. Everything is good to go. And boom, but there's no release date for Fable. Fable wows us. Light, dark side. You got full, you can build entire communities. All your choices reflect on in-game, everything. It's everything. That's what they tell us, and they only show us a little bit of gameplay, maybe a couple minutes, just to give us a feel for it. Then after that, they got to hit the ground running because, of course, you got to keep the pace up, right? So you had some Avowed, you had some Starfield, you had some Forza, then you had some Fable. Now, already, I think the people are reeling. I think the people are like, oh, wow, this is crazy already. Like, but now it has to be a big announcement. And they're going to come out on stage. And Phil's going to say, look, no, we're currently still going through the deal with Activision Blizzard. For those who don't know, but we do want to let the people know you can't expect Modern Warfare 2 day and date to be released in Xbox Game Pass and available on all cloud services.
Wow,
and Xbox PC and Game Pass PC.
Still, nobody's even gonna watch the show after that. The internet, Twitter is gonna be ablaze, brother. Twitter will be ablaze.
That's it. And then the light goes dark. And then from there, I can be really petty. And say they ended from Modern Warfare 2 and say boom, and then they come up and say now we want to announce we got a special Splinter Cell game coming. But no, we're not gonna take it there. Splinter Cell's kind of been in the conversation off and on. I'm gonna remove it until they show us proof. But from Modern Warfare 2. I think this is where they may end up showing a little bit more of Exo Mecha potentially, starting to cut into some of those deals, open the book a little bit more. Say, hey, I know we moved some games out, Redfall's out, Starfield's out. We wanted to make sure the players had as much as possible. I know Exo Mecha got pushed back, but we want to let you know we are 100% supporting them. We want to make sure that they can fully see out their vision. You can also expect for Exo Mecha to be part of Xbox Game Pass. Not only that, I think this is when they end up going into, since we're getting more to the second, third party conversation, I think this is where they end up talking about the East a little bit and saying, hey, look, I know you guys have been seeing that we've been making some strides in the East. The consoles have been doing pretty decently. Cloud services are our biggest market right now. And you've seen what we're trying to get done with Xbox Game Pass and the cloud and everything. With those, I know you guys heard the rumors of us traveling and having a conversation, but I wanted to say today there's going to be a few exciting things happening. Not only, if you guys have heard about the maybe niche game, Soul Hackers 2, but not only that, we have opened a bigger conversation with Atlas, and we're also going to bring in a Persona game to date coming directly into Xbox Game Pass.
Oh, so wait. Okay, Steve. Now you're giving me the feels, bro. Wait, so you're saying they're gonna go back and remake the Personas? So they work on Xbox? Is that what you're saying here?
It's going to work across the board. Back compat, upraise, frame boost. It's all going to be good to go. All going to be good to go.
Yeah.
All going to be good to go.
One complete collection. That's when I die. Okay, that's when I die. That's when I'm like, oh, okay. Yep. Okay. I've seen the gates. I've seen the gates, Steel.
Since I'm going out there, because I'm gonna reel it back in a minute. I gotta fly the kite for a little bit. So after that, now I gotta throw this one out there too, because they gotta come out and say, look, I know you guys really want Scalebound, and honestly, it's not in the works, and I don't think it's ever going to be. But speaking of Platinum Games, we do have to make one more announcement. We have also teamed up with Nintendo to announce today.
I've been waiting for this.
That Bayonetta 3 is coming directly into Xbox Game Pass. Not only that, but we are also releasing Bayonetta 1 and 2 in a collection on Xbox Game Pass. Get it? Day and date.
That's where I wake up from the dead. Releases. That's where I tell the gates to close and I'm coming back, Steel, because I want to die again if they do this.
I'm just saying. They're working. They're working in the background. All right, but now I gotta reel it back. I gotta reel it back in a little bit. So those are my outlandish ones.
No, Steel.
Atlas, yeah. No, I see the Atlas deal happening. It's been a conversation for a while. People been going back and forth. There's no telling. But let me reel it back in a little bit, because these are some that I really want to see, because I do feel like these IPs are going to make a huge impact if the West realizes not only the art style, the gameplay, and really want to take that third person experience to the next level. With that work that they've done in the East, they're also going to announce that they were able to get with the developer Black Myth Wukong, and they gave him 100% support. So now that is also going to be part of Xbox Game Pass. Not only that, but they cut a deal with Pearl Abyss so they can continue putting Black Desert Online. Not only keep that flowing into Game Pass, because there's been multiple times in and out where Black Desert Online has been in and out of Game Pass, but now it's going to be a permanent stay. Not only that, if you're a Game Pass Ultimate member, if you're new to the game, you get that first month free, whatever the case, you get some extra benefits. But Pearl Abyss's newer game, Crimson Desert, which is basically a Black Desert Online spin-off. It's their single player, over the shoulder, expansive combat, action JRPG essentially. It's coming day one in the Game Pass. We wanted to make sure to get those top of the line AAA quality titles in the Game Pass to let our consumers know that we value their dollar. Now, they're gonna pull it back from these, right? All right, now we appreciate you guys doing everything, for understanding the work and riding with us, and we want you to understand diversity. We want to have a diverse set of games. So, speaking of diversity, they come out and announce that Gotham Knights is going to come directly in the Xbox Game. Not only that, but WB Games Montreal is in a close relationship with Xbox currently, and there may be in a deal for a trilogy series based off of this game. I think that is when you end up announcing what we've talked about in the background. You mentioned it. They cut the lights off. The next thing that you, again, like other people have stated it, the next thing that you hear is killer instinct, and then boom. Not only do you hear it and the lights come back on, but you see it boom. And he says, look, Killer Instinct has been a dream of mine. I've said it multiple times that I would drop everything to work on this game. We here, NetherRealm, are proud to announce that not only are we working on Killer Instinct versus Mortal Kombat, but NetherRealm has officially been acquired by Xbox.
You had to take it another level. You had to do it, did you, Steel?
We have been acquired, and it is my pleasure to not only work on this crossover game, but to also say that Killer Instinct will also be under the NetherRealm banner from this point forward.
Woo!
I think that would set the world on fire. World on fire. Boom. It's where we're going. We're out of here. Then from there,
like Denzel.
Like Denzel. Boom. Boom. Okay. Now coming off of that, I would like to see. I think that would be a good time coming off of there. Maybe we get something else from Stalker 2. Maybe a shout out. Maybe them saying, "Hey, I know you guys have heard that we've been through a lot. There's some real world things, but we did want to give you guys a little extra slice of gameplay or something just to keep that, keep the whistles wet while you guys continue to wait. We'll be with you guys soon." And they actually they drop us a new date or whatever the case for when they expect Stalker or their full official date. Then from there, I think coming off of to ramp it up a little bit more, because you got to bring it back up. I think this is where they officially show a full, maybe a 5-minute presentation, 3-minute presentation of Diablo 4. Because of the whole Activision Blizzard deal, and because of the hype that a Diablo Immortal is getting right now, where there's bad or good conversation, I think this would be prime opportunity to let the people know that, hey, Diablo Immortal, that's our phone game, But if you're looking for a true Diablo experience, we're taking it back. We're taking it dark. We're really focusing on the demons and universal aspects and everything, the magical aspects and everything. We're going to show you the slice of Diablo 4 from Blizzard to get us back hyped for that.
Jez swear he thinks it's happening. So
I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, you're not alone, Steel.
I think it'll be the perfect place to announce it. Again, Diablo 4 is also going to be in the Game Pass. If you guys don't think it is, I think you might be smoking something. But I think,
well, and plus Xbox could have the marketing rights for Diablo 4.
Yeah, 100%.
So why not show it off, right? Even outside the deal,
exactly.
They might have the marketing rights. So
yeah. And then off of Diablo 4, I also, since we saw Aliens Dark Descent yesterday, I think that'll be a prime opportunity. Keep the same style of game. Announce that, boom, Aliens Dark Descent is also coming into Xbox Game Pass day and date. We want
right after the announcement for the Keeleys, you're gonna roll. I like it.
We want the people to understand that we're about diversity. We have a huge variety of games over here. With variety again being in mind, we want to take it a little bit out to the east again, and also say that Bandai Namco has been doing some great moves out there, and we really have appreciated the work. They've partnered with us in some aspects and allow some games to really come in, and they like what they see. And with that, we have to say that One Piece Odyssey will also be an Xbox Game Pass day and date. Because we understand how important the anime scene is, how important Asian culture is, and again, diversity is the main push here. Other than that, some other highlights for me are probably going to be, I definitely want to see the Certain Affinities Monster Hunter clone. I think this would be the perfect time for them to at least show something from that. Why should I be excited for that? You're telling me Monster Hunter clone. It's really difficult when games try to copy other games, but don't do it enough. Like, they try to be different instead of leaning more into it, which could be a very dangerous place to play in, right? We see it with like games like Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, where it's like you didn't lean enough into the Smash Brothers formula for it to really work. Where we're seeing with like the new fighter, I can't think of the name of it, but it has Batman, Bugs Bunny, Shaggy, and a bunch of people were testing it out.
You're talking about the
Let me chat if you can remember.
Fighter, right?
WB if you can remember.
Right?
It's a WB fighter, whatever the case might be. But you see them come out and they seemingly took the formula and just adapted it, and it works. People are clamoring for that game. They're excited for that game. I think that game's actually supposed to come out this month, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe it's towards the end of the month or something like that. But again, it can work. But don't say it's a month. Like, if the rumors are it's a Monster Hunter type game, show me what kind of style that is, right? What are you doing? Another one for me would be Outriders World Slayer coming into Game Pass. Those who already have it, whatever the case may be, just to continue that deal. Again, you got out the original Outriders in the Game Pass. Why not put World Slayer in there? That doesn't mean that you can't pull it 90 days later and say, hey, if you're enjoying World Slayer, go ahead and purchase at a 20% discount at that point, or whatever the case. I think that would not only bring players back in droves, but I can't recall for sure. Does Outriders have any like microtransactions?
No,
I don't think it does.
No.
So with it not having any microtransactions, you definitely need people who are going to get in the game and want to give them a reason to, if the game's leaving, for them to want to invest, right? That would get people like me back enticed. I'd be like, all right, let's try it out, man. I mean, it's Game Pass. I don't have to pay $40 for it. Cool. Because I'm already kind of weak on the game at this point. It's not super enticing to me, but it could be. The other one that I want to see too, also, and again, this might not be the show for it, but we got some, I think it was more CGI from the game Exo Primal, the mech and versus dinosaur game, or whatever the case might be that we saw. It was like 3-player co-op.
Exo Mecha.
No, this is Exo.
Oh,
Primal.
no, Capcom.
From Capcom.
Yeah, Capcom. Yeah.
No, Exo Mecha, I'm expecting to see, but they may or may not release this year. No, Exo Primal, I want to see more because I like the style of mechs that they used And the fact that they're fighting dinosaurs, what's the story behind that? Like, what are we doing here? And the dinosaurs
Why are they
actually
dropping out of the sky?
and why are they dropping out of the sky through rifts? And what is it's a cool concept though. And again, whoever created the art for that, the art designers, they did that thing again. You got me. That's all I needed to see, right? That looks really dope, and I think it'd be awesome to hear if that game was also another deal that was coming into Game Pass. Just to, again, boom, look. I know we seemingly have dropped the ball, and there's no big first-party games coming out this year, but we wanted to give you a little bit of a taste. We got a Valve coming this year, and we got plenty of second and third-party deals that we have cut to make sure that Game Pass is going to have something for everybody for the foreseeable future, starting at whenever date that they end up saying. So that's kind of my outline. What you thinking? What you thinking on that, man?
Bro, you had some again. You like I said, I had it straight from Phil's mouth. I laid out.
Appreciate that, case,
but you definitely took it up another notch in some of those areas there, Steel, and I knew you were coming with that.
Oh, hold on, because I gotta end the show.
Whoa,
I gotta end the show.
Go ahead.
And the one more thing.
Yeah. So
the one more thing is that the screen is gonna go perfect. It's gonna go pitch black. Well, first off, Phil's gonna before it goes pitch black, Phil's gonna walk off the screen, and he's gonna be like, "Hey guys, thanks for coming out. See you at the end of the year."
You're not gonna do this.
Turns out he turns around, right? Lights go black, and then all of a sudden you hear this flattering noise.
Oh God, Jesus Christ! Here we go.
And then the screen comes back on. You see a bunch of bats flying through the screen, and a big Batman logo pops up. And they say, "Remember how we said that Gotham Knights was coming day and day in the Game Pass?" Not only that, but we want you to know that Gotham Xbox is now the home of Gotham City, and Batman is officially the main ambassador in our official superhero exclusive IP to the Xbox ecosystem. And we got a new game coming out. We got something to announce next year.
So not only did they buy NetherRealm, but they also bought the Batman IP.
Yes.
And did they buy Rocksteady too? To develop the Batman games?
Yes. And they bought Rocksteady. And they bought Rocksteady.
Look, folks. Look. See,
and the Arkham collections come in today in Game Pass.
Listen, I talked to Phil directly. I got the show. Now Steel's just going off the rails. Okay. Like, look, my show's realistic because it's straight from Phil. Steel's off the rails. Steel's off the rails, man. They're going to announce 2 studio purchases at this show. 2 of the biggest ones.
Yeah. NetherRealm.
And one of the biggest comic
IPs,
period, in Batman.
And Rocksteady will be Microsoft's Insomniac. They will handle all superhero IPs from moving forward, including the new Punisher game.
Wow. Yeah, see, Steel, you went off the rails, man. I was realistic. You went off the rails. I don't know what anybody's talking about here, man. This is crazy. Listen, that's great, Steel. That is again. If
that's what I want to say.
If 80% of what you're saying is true, we're gonna have a great show. I think that's what we get. We're having some fun here, folks.
Yeah,
obviously, Steel and I are hyped for this show. And again, the scary part though is Steel. A lot of
some of it could be true. Yeah,
a lot of it is possible. A lot,
and
like a lot,
and it can't, and it may not just be at this show. Xbox has so much going on right now. That's the other thing about these different companies is that there is so much going on right now. Sony too, because honestly, Sony could do a PlayStation Play or PlayStation. They could do whatever they want at any point. They could do a showcase at any point, and people are going to tune in. I mean, again, you're not number 7 in brand recognition for no reason across the world. They could literally do that, and people are going to flock. But Xbox is in a prime position to really take advantage of the marketing space. 100%.
Yes, Geezer, Steel's off the rails. I was being realistic. Steel was off the rails. So that's all I'm going to say about that.
Nah, and again, our shows like what we have ideally are definitely over the rails. But like you said, Pong, man, like even if 50% of it is true, those are still huge. Those would be earth-shattering things. And I don't know how close Xbox is or Microsoft is to starting that cadence that they're looking for. But to be honest with you, though, ladies and gentlemen, like that cadence is coming. And there is blatant deals that have to be cut for this to happen. Xbox and Microsoft could take that loss, right?
And there's ones that have been cut already.
Yeah,
that we know about. Again, even in both of ours, I mean, again, Arc 2 is going to be there. Neither one of us mentioned Arc 2 is going to be there.
I'm not Arc
Whether
2
you think
fan.
it's right. Whether you think it's big or not, again, there's even deals that we haven't talked about here, throwing the kitchen sink at it, that are real, that are coming. We didn't talk about A Plague Tale. A Plague Tale is going to be there. Requiem, it's potentially going to be there. They showed it off yesterday at Tribeca, but we know that they had, again, that's coming to Game Pass day and date. We know that already. That's out there. So they got to announce the date. What the interesting part is when they showed off the game, Asobo showed off the game yesterday at the Tribeca. I did the indie. I was over on Indie Gamers channel for that and did a live reaction. Well, they didn't give us a release date in that trailer. Well, rumors are it's June. Rumors are like it's in the next couple weeks here. Some people even said next week, according to some leak out there from some website. Listen, if that's real, well, where else are they going to show the release date then? Like, it'd be perfect on the Xbox stage because Asobo and Xbox are very close. So, and we know it's coming to Game Pass. So that kind of stuff is going to be there. Now, again, you guys can take all this with a grain of salt, right? Obviously. We were having fun, but a lot of this is reality. Now, we should talk about a couple things here, Steel, with this show. With the latest news coming out. Nothing confirmed. Again, take everything with a grain of salt. But Motorsport is sounding like it's going to be spring of 2023. Steel.
Yeah. And
listen. We should talk about this. If Avowed is not ready, which again, there's a better than not chance that it's not going to be, or there's a greater chance it's not going to be ready for 2022. Again, that's my Hail Mary that I put out there. That now, Mr. Matty Plays, also believes. Some people are on that train that Avowed's going to be ready. If there's any team that can do it, it's Obsidian. But
they've been
the reality is the chances are it's still a 2023 release. Okay. Now, Phil came out and said that Xbox press briefing that they had, and they also had some influencers from the community, Dealer, Colt, Rand, were all privy to this kind of release of information, behind the scenes release that everybody kind of talked about and did videos on yesterday. That they're going to have they're on pace at least for 5 first-party titles by end of fiscal year 2022, which is June, or 2023. Which one is it? Anyways, by June next year, they are on pace for 5 first-party titles. Now, the question is, what they count as a first-party title launching? Does Deathloop count, even though it's already launched on another platform?
I think it does. I think it still does.
Okay. Does Age of Empires 4 count, even though it's already been on PC?
I think it does.
So if we don't get Avowed and we don't get Forza in 2022, and there's no Ace like a Wolfenstein 3 ready for this year, ready for this year, Steel, they're going to have to sell the base on something. They're going to have to bring the kitchen sink along with this show.
That's why we're making these predictions.
That's why we're making these predictions in some ways, because I believe they are going to have to lean into this. If this year goes down as another meme year for Xbox, and I'm not hating. I have so many games, but I don't care. I don't care. So I'm not that guy out there going, Phil needs to lose his job, okay? I said next year, if we have this problem, look, then we got to start talking about what's going on over at Xbox. But I'm going to forgive them. And some people could say, well, you're just capping for Xbox, then it's been too long. You're right. If we don't get a big first-party title this year, like I'm not talking about niche, because I think Age of Empires 4 console
that's all niche.
That's niche. That's all niche stuff. If we don't have a big release from the first party this year at all, And again, Pentiment from Josh Sawyer is going to be fantastic. I believe in it because Josh Sawyer is a genius. But at the same time, it's going to be a small title. It's a passion project. Okay.
Yeah.
It's not going to be a banger. It's not going to be a home run.
It
If
could
we
be,
don't
but
get that this year has been unacceptable. Now, some of it outside of Xbox's control, Stalker 2, that again, outside of their control if it doesn't show up this year. Okay. That again, we
yes.
can't blame them. But again, it is unacceptable. It is unacceptable. I say it's unacceptable. They're asking the Xbox community to wait longer, which they've been doing for a long time. But again, even though our lists, were for fun, most of this stuff is a reality. A lot of it, 75% plus of it, is already a reality that we are aware of. So this stuff is going to be hitting in the next 12 to 18 months if we don't have anything this year. But still, again, are you in the same boat? Like, if they're not going to be able to come out and say on stage on Sunday, we have something for 2022, the second half, we have something for holiday big from our first parties. They don't have that. I mean, do you believe they've got to come out to the show then and be like, look, we know this isn't what you guys wanted to hear, but we're going to overwhelm you with content. We're going to overwhelm you with Game Pass deals. We're going to overwhelm you with third-party deals to try to make up for some of that gigantic hole that is now in that lineup. What do you think?
I mean, what happened to Disney when they got Marvel?
Yeah, true.
That wasn't their first party initially, but what has it done? Because Marvel's been on a huge upswing for Disney.
Right.
Oh, I can guarantee it's made Disney billions, if not trillions of dollars at this point. Guaranteed. Just based off of Spider-Man. Look at how well their movies are guaranteed to hit a certain mark. Like, they hit a mark and then they say that, oh, I didn't do the greatest. And it's still like, well, damn, it's still like one of the best ones out this year. Like, as far as sales go. The reason I bring that up is because it is very unfortunate and it is not okay for you not to have anything in plan to the side or ready at this moment. Again, this showcase that we're going to have on June 12th, 2022, for those listening on the audio side for the future, is going to tell us a lot. Me and Pong could be from the future, potentially, on some of these things. Just because they have been mentioned. These are conversations that have been had. These aren't outlandish ideas of games that don't exist and things that aren't possible.
Okay, well, the Batman IP.
I mean, of course, the Batman, but we could have said the same thing about Sony acquiring Spider-Man.
But yeah,
I mean,
to a certain degree, you're correct.
Why would Insomniac make another Spider-Man game when Spider-Man games haven't done well at that point? Relying on the movie, which games based off of movies never did the greatest. So now you're just gonna make your own universe? Yeah, right. And guess what? It made a fucking fantastic game. To me personally, and to 30 million other people, and potentially more as it comes to PC now, that have been involved in that world. Xbox has to, if your exclusive is going to be Game Pass, because that's what you're blatantly telling people. To me, first-party games haven't always mattered. I've never looked at a console and been like, oh yeah, I'm playing it because of this game. Now, does it end up being that way? Sure. Tekken Tag 2. Like, yeah, I played PlayStation 2 because of Tekken Tag 2. Because of Budokai 3, because of Soul Calibur, because of there's so many games on PlayStation 2. I had a PS2 for fighting games, mainly. Countless of hours. Fucking too much. Honestly. Or just pure for like playing PS2 and playing fighting games, DVD, whatever the case. For me, people are going to always have their personal interests and their personal bias anyway. So none of the games, like Starfield doesn't necessarily speak to me, but I do want to see more of the game because I know the pedigree. I love Elder Scrolls Online. I've actually been thinking about jumping back into it here recently. I've had that itch. It's that MMO bug. I want to jump in Black Desert again. That's a lot for me to jump back into. Elder Scrolls Online, it's a little bit more lax. You know, I can get in there. I've been away for a long time. A lot of content there. Easy. You know, I'm not easy, quote unquote. I mean, there's mechanics, but it's not terrible. I think it'll be fun. But I'm getting that bug. And if Game Pass, again, if that's going to be the exclusive, then show people why it's the exclusive. Yeah, you can buy these $60, $70, $40 games wherever else. On PC, on PlayStation, over here, over there, in a chair, in your underwear. Sure,
Dr. Seuss in the house.
you could do all of that. But if you're paying $10 to $15 a month, because 10 is the minimum, 15 is for Ultimate, with PC. If you're going to pay that price, you have to have content in there that's keeping you invested in the ecosystem. That is Sony's problem, to me, personally.
Yeah, right now. That's what they're paying to fix right now.
Exactly. They are currently trying to work on fixing on retention. Something Xbox has not had an issue with. Regardless if you want to hate on Xbox or not, you can say you don't want a console. You're still involved in the ecosystem. That's the point. So sure, you can say, oh, Xbox is getting out of the console space and, oh, look what they're doing. It's all available. Yeah. That's just smoke. That's extra smoke because guess what? You're not going to play there, are you? What are you going to do when the next console gets announced? You're going to go buy it, right? Guess what your cousin might do? Guess what your child might do? Are you going to go buy them another console specifically because they asked? Or are you going to download an app so they can play that Roblox, Fortnite, or whatever other game that you can't force them not to play? Because that's what they're into. That's what's hot. And that's going to continue to be a thing, whether we like it or not. And guess what that does? So now all of a sudden you got access to all these other people who weren't probably gamers before. Now you have an access point anywhere you go. Why? Because more people from the community now have access. And that is the point. It's not about exclusives anymore. It's not about, it is to a certain degree because it does define you. You need your icons, things that define you. But honestly, right now, today's year in 2022, what do you need to define you? Your Xbox specifically is known as the shooter box, as the dude bro box, as the WRPG box. You already have your titles. You have Microsoft behind you also, who is also known in the PC space. And you're taking that more seriously. You have been taking it more seriously since you started looking at cloud saves. This is something I thought about last night. Cloud saves are such a significant turning point because who knew cloud saves would turn from you just saving a game and just able to access it anywhere within the Xbox ecosystem to you playing games off the cloud. Full-blown AAA games. You can play Gears 5 off the cloud right now. That is crazy to think about. Cloud saves, that's where it started. You have competition who doesn't quite see that picture yet. We want people to invest and buy your games. You're known as the single player box. That is what PlayStation is known as. You play single player games. That's your main focus. Not to say you don't play multiplayer, but there's a large community of PlayStation players, unless it's a sports game, who only play single player games. And sure, you can bring Final Fantasy 14 in the conversation. Wow, what MMO? The one Final Fantasy that everybody caps for, that everybody always digs in their back pocket for. Oh, that's the one successful one out of all of them. If you honestly want to have an honest conversation, it's turning numbers. It is what it is. But there's other moves being made. VR is also a conversation to be had. That could be a huge space that Microsoft's missing out on. But at the end of the day, if they're able to get this web-based kind of transition that they have going on currently, where you're able to access your games just by signing onto a web browser, then the VR isn't going to be a problem either. Because what if you could do VR games the same way? You already can with other services. Oculus, look at it. You can plug Oculus to the PC too if you want some more power. So those options are out there. There's so many different, and that's what gets me excited about all of this, because there's so many different ways that this can really go. And that's what's also awesome about the prediction section of it, because it can go a multitude of different ways. This is such an integral part of, again, the trailblazing era that kind of Microsoft has started since 2017. I think if they put out a document, it should be called that. But it's good. There's going to be a lot of push and pull here. There's going to be a lot of consumer involvement. Who is truly consumer facing? Who is trying to do this for the benefit of the gamer? Microsoft could blow this all up in their face. Make one wrong move and say, "Oh, this is how you share games," and it not be something that we want, and now we don't invest in that anymore. It's happened before. Anything could go riot at the wrong moment. This is very double-edged sword type of conversation. You swing one way, you take too much momentum in the wrong direction, this could be the death. But I don't think that it is, personally. And this is just kind of, it's just more and more just speaking on that. It just gets me excited, man. I'm passionate about it, and I love it. Hopefully that answers the question. I kind of feel like I went off a side tangent.
No, that's fine still, because you're giving an overall picture of what Xbox, is looking at and what they have to do and where it's going. And again, you have
This is what I'm thinking.
I've got a different perspective. You got a different perspective. I'm not that guy that only plays AAA games. There's plenty of there are gamers out there who only play AAA games. So when they look at this, they can say, "Man, what they got nothing." Whereas me, as a gamer, the way that I am as a grazer, I say I have too much at this point games to play, so it doesn't bother me as much. But again, Xbox does have to consider people and gamers. If they're going for 2 billion, 3 billion people, they have to try to meet everybody's expectations. They can't it's not just about us in this community. It's not just about the AAA player. It's not just about the Call of Duty Madden player. It's about the mobile players. It's about everybody. It's about the kids. It's about all of this. And they have, again, that's why this task is monumentous. Right? And what they got going on, what they're trying to do at this point, Steel, is something that's really never been done. They're trailblazing in this fashion to go after the entire market. Not just be satisfied with the console market, not just be satisfied with us in this community, but to go outside of that. And that means that they're going to have to do things that maybe haven't done in the past. But from a content standpoint, that also means they have to supply more content than any other games publisher has ever tried to do in this entertainment industry. They have to go outside the bounds of what's norm. And that's why you see these acquisitions. That's why the Activision Blizzard deal is the biggest acquisition, not just in Xbox history, but in Microsoft history. $2 trillion company, the biggest acquisition ever. That's why you see them making these moves. But that's why for this showcase, for the Xbox Bethesda showcase, Sunday, June 12th, 2022, because of the situation they're in, because of things that were not in their control and things that were in their control where they may have tripped up. Having 2022 as a year without any really big first-party titles is going to be a hit. Not in a good way. It's going to be a gut punch to a lot of people. And for those people, and you can say, well, those people are probably too many, blah, blah, blah. Okay, but they still have to be considered. They have to come and say, look, we've asked you to invest in our ecosystem. We've asked you to trust us in this process of getting Game Pass up and running, getting xCloud up and running. We've asked you to do all of this without a lot of flash, without a lot to show for it up to this point. Again, I'm not saying that Game Pass has not given us tons. It has in spades. Okay. Game Pass is beyond anything I ever imagined that it could be at this point. What I'm saying is for them internally and thinking about the broader audience, they now have to somehow say, look, we've asked you to all do this. We're asking you for some more time. But we are going to show you why your investment is still worthwhile, even if you are starting to think it's not. And again, there is a group of people out there who do think that way, whether we think that's crazy or not. They do think that we want to keep you here. We want to keep you engaged. We're going to have something for you. And here it is. And also, we're going to show you what you are waiting on and why you want to stick around for this. Because come next year, 2023, from what Phil said, 5 first-party AAA games within the fiscal year, meaning by June. So let's say they don't have anything this year still.
Disrespectful.
Right. Let's say that's a minimum. They said a minimum of 5. From what we know, they could have more. But that means that starting next year, we will not be just on a cadence of 1 per quarter. We will be on a cadence of 1 every 2 months. And this is without the Activision Blizzard deal being done. So we will have 1 game every 2 months to start the year, which again has been a major problem for Xbox not having anything in the beginning of the year. That beginning of 2023, we should be set. We should have a game every 2 months out of them on average. Again, it's not going to be just exactly 1 every 2 months, but on average, we should have a game 1 every 2 months. So that means 3 first-party home runs out the gate in 2023, that first half. And if you throw in some of the other stuff we think about, it could be even more than that. Or they could space it all out. But we were talking last night with Tim Dog last night. We went through it, Steel. We went through it on Xbox Ultimate last night. Honestly, with Activision Blizzard, Diablo 4, right? Oh, I can't think. Oh my God, what's the other game coming from Activision? Their hero shooter. My God, why can't Overwatch 2? Overwatch 2. Overwatch 2. Diablo 4. My God.
I know where you were going with them before.
I've been talking so much shit.
You're good.
All of those games plus Avowed, right? Plus all these other games that we know, all these games. We could literally have 10 to 12 AAA games drop into Game Pass. And that's being realistic next year in 2023, day and date in Game Pass. 10 to 12. If they put out 12, that's 1 per month. That's unheard of in this industry, okay? Because this has never been done before. But we literally could have the biggest and best year in gaming history on Xbox alone next year without PlayStation, without Nintendo being included. Right. You put those 2 in it, man, we're talking about a whole nother stratosphere.
Yeah.
Because we are in the golden age of gaming right now, folks. But we're specifically speaking about Xbox right now. So they've got to show us that's what we have coming. And this is no longer, hey, we're hoping to have this coming.
Right.
We have this coming.
Right.
Okay?
Exactly.
And they've got to start showing that stuff. And again, the timeline, the time frame wise, it all lines up that this is the show that they start doing that at. Because again, all these games that we've had trailers for over the past years that have not come out, whether big games or whether small games, it's time for them to now have the gameplay in place that they can show us. So that's why we think that Sunday has the potential to surpass last year's great showing, which again, a lot of people came out of as, like I think both Steel and I did, like this was freaking fantastic. Pacing was off the charts. But the biggest complaint was, hey, it was all CGI. This year could surpass last year's in total number of games, and we'll have the gameplay along with it this time. So you're talking about taking what last year did, being considered probably the best Xbox show of all time, and then bumping it up at least 2 notches this year, if not more, with the gameplay thrown in there, with actually having proof of concept being in our faces and being like, yeah, this is what you guys have been waiting for. This is what you're going to be playing within the next 12 months. This is what you're going to have in your hands in the next 12 months. And it's going to be overwhelming. And then you throw in the Game Pass stuff. You throw in the third-party deals. You throw in all of that stuff. This show could be crazy. Like, it may not be what we wanted because there might not be a whole lot of 2022 release dates in this show.
Oh, I think there will.
There's still a good chance there could be. But I'm just saying, worst case scenario, we might not see a lot of 2022 release dates in here outside of the Game Pass stuff, outside of Age of Empires 4, which is niche, outside of Josh Sawyer's game Pentiment, which is going to be a smaller title. Worst case scenario, we might not, but we might come out of this show going, holy cow, I'm gonna have to take off time off of work next year to play all this stuff. I'm gonna have to start prepping my calendars. I'm gonna need my vacation time because man, there is like 5 different games next year that I'm gonna need like a week to play, right? That's where it's leading to, but that's why they have to do this show this way, Steel. And I honestly believe they do. Again, whether or not I'm off the rails, whether or not Steel's off the rails with his predictions, at least a good portion of it has to be a reality in this show. And again, you can say, well, you're setting yourselves up for disappointment, blah, blah. No, I don't think I am this time.
Sure.
And again, I don't get that way anyways. I hype myself all the time. I don't give a shit. But what I'm saying is this show, I honestly think Phil and the team are bringing it. I honestly believe that this is the one where we're going to go, okay, now I get to see the vision. Like we knew about it because we talk about it all the time. And maybe all of you do in this community too, because you hear us talking about it all the time. But now we get to see it in action, in gameplay, proof of concept in our faces for 95 minutes. Saying, no, this is why you all invested in Xbox. This is why we love you. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
People try to downplay that 5 minutes, man. A lot can happen in 5 minutes. 5 minutes, that could be the one more thing that blows your socks off the last 5 minutes. So don't sleep on it.
Nam, I went off the rails. If you weren't here when I started, we did our predictions, and you can go back and listen to my predictions because I talked to Phil on a burner phone on Wednesday night, and he gave me the whole show. Bro, I threw the kitchen sink at it. Steel took it up even more.
I took it
with his stuff. But you can go back and listen to our predictions. We definitely went wild with it to have some fun, but also, again, to show that the potential, the possibility is real. Like, it's hard to imagine because we've never seen this type of we've never seen this. What do I want to say? We've never seen this big of a group of talent, this collection of talent underneath one umbrella before. Now, Embracer's got a lot of talent, but that's AA talent. We've never seen some of the greatest development minds underneath one umbrella like we are right now with Xbox, even without the Activision Blizzard deal being done. Like, again, Todd Howard, right? Again, you have these Josh Sawyers, right? You've got I'm blanking now, In Exile's head too, Brian Fargo, right? You got Tim Schafer. You got some of the greatest minds underneath one umbrella getting ready to put out content. That, man, it's unbelievable. So again, a show like that is possible now, which maybe we all don't even think of or consider until you start writing it down. Again,
No.
It's hard to fathom. It's hard to fathom, Steve.
No, yeah. I mean, and again, just to tie it back in, again, it's not acceptable that they haven't released any first party games. But I'm also not somebody who's going to sit there and be upset because I don't have any first party games. Am I not going to play games? Oh, I'm still going to play the games that I'm interested in. Still going to play the games that seem appealing to me. And the more of those games that can be included in a service that I'm already paying for, that I don't necessarily pay $60, $40, $60, $70 for, the more benefit and the more excited I get. Because it's a game company showing me the value of my dollar, whether they care or not. I don't care about that. Am I getting value? Yeah, I am. And that's always going to be a subjective conversation to have. The other thing too, that again, to tie it back in, for those who want a little bit of smoke, PlayStation, look what you created. You wanted to kill Xbox. You wanted to kill Microsoft. You wanted to completely destroy it. Guess what you did? Made Microsoft spend more money than they ever were expecting to in the biggest deal in the company's history. So if anything, congrats, Sony. Congrats, PlayStation. You did what you were supposed to do. Now, what are you going to do now? Because you poke the bear, like the saying goes, you poke the bear's woke. You can't run away from a bear once it starts chasing you, unless you know the tactics.
Gotta find a tree to climb up.
Something.
And even that doesn't.
You're not running away from a bear. You're not. I don't care who you are. And
it's nice that this bear wants you to live, though. Actually,
this bear wants you to live, but this bear also will do. This bear also likes to play nice, nasty. You know, this bear, if they see the prime opportunity, they'll be like, "All right, Sony, we'll go ahead and." If it wasn't for FTC or keeping things cordial, right? So now you have to deal with the repercussions of that. What are you going to do to provide any form of competition now? Or are you going to stick to your laurels and see if this works or not? The only problem with that is that it is working. So how do you adapt to that? There's still a lot to prove. There's still a lot to see. I'm not saying that second or third party games should be the thing that's running gaming, but at the end of the day, it's still games, and games should be treated as art. Whether it's first, second, third, triple, quadruple, double, single A, if it's a good game, it's a good game. Another
you
subjective conversation.
You enjoy it. Exactly.
It's all subjective.
Yep.
But what's not subjective is the direction the industry is going. Yeah. Now we don't know because we're not at Microsoft. We haven't been in the meetings. We don't have any recorded conversations that we can refer to.
Oh yeah, I talked to Phil.
Phone talked to Phil on his burner phone. So I mean, we do have that we can kind of go based off of. But the only other thing that we have other than that is what they come out and say. And the benefit and also the negative to Microsoft is that they love coming out to talk about stuff. Yep. Again, the most dangerous part about everything that's going to happen within this next 6 months to a year, because I agree with Pong. If they line out this next year, I'm talking June to June, and you're just on fire, June to June, don't let them get the marketing right. If they get the marketing right, we're going to be in for a really wild ride, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah,
that's all I'm gonna say. And that's all I'm gonna say to that. I want to see competition. I want the energy to be brought. Again, that's what makes me really miss the traditional E3. Is that it's not like, oh, Xbox is going to have their show and then Monday, Sony, and it's like, oh, look what Sony did. Oh, they transitioned. We weren't expecting. They said they were going to do this, and they did wild, crazy. We don't get that opportunity. We have to wait until the rumor dates of August, September. You're going to get it whenever we're ready to announce the official date for God of War, which is probably going to be November 11/11/22. Like, we'll wait till August though to announce that.
So, I hope it is. I hope it is. I want Petty Sony back. I want Petty Sony to throw some punches, man. I would like to see it, and it reminds Phil and his team that they're still they're still Sony, right? It still reminds Phil, not that he needs it, but every once in a while, it's just nice to have a competitor like that, even if that competitor seems to be not on the ropes in any way, shape, or form. Again, it's Sony. It's freaking Sony. But a guy, a challenge, a champion, a current champion, who maybe seem aging a little bit right now. It's nice for him to get a couple shots in every once in a while to remind the up and comer. And again, I say that lightly with Xbox. Xbox has been around for 20 years now, but to remind that up and comer who all of a sudden got a little bit bigger, as King David likes to say out there, trained up a little bit and came back in the ring. It's nice to see that old aging champion throw some good haymakers every once in a while. I'd love to see a God of War 11/11/22. I ain't lying. And again, shout out to go ahead.
No, again, I was just gonna say it, but at the end of the day, what we overall want is that Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo kind of maintain their control because they understand how the market works. We don't agree with everything that they do, but at least they were built to understand gaming. So at least we have that. And that's, at the end of the day, it's going to be interesting to see what kind of competition it brings. But my fault, Paul. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to shout out Lord Roughness, who was stopping by to say hi. Appreciate you, brother. Nam Omar dropped in here too. Hey. Great to see you. And then big shout out to brother Fuzzy Belvedere, who we were just mentioning. He is in LA at FanFest and still took the time to drop in here and say hi. fuzzy. I hope you have an amazing time out there. Again, give that list of wishes to Phil. Please slip it in his back pocket. Slip it in his back pocket while you're talking to him, and let him find it later. But make sure you do get that list to him so we have some direct lines of communication with Phil, Dominus, Maximus, Aurelius, Spencer. That's right.
Yeah, get him another burner phone for Pong.
Yeah, yeah. Tell him we need a new burner phone. So to tell me the news, because I cut him off when he was trying to tell me the 2023 roadmap, 2024 roadmap. I mean, I just cut him off. I said, Phil, I don't want to hear about that stuff, man. I don't want to. And he was going to tell me the Activision Blizzard closing date too. And I told him, no, Phil, I'm just here for this show. That's all I want to know right now. So yeah, I'm going to need to talk to him again. But anyways, no, great topics. I definitely Steel. I mean, again, if anything, folks, you got to decide your own hype level for this Sunday.
Yeah.
Again, it's all up to you. Again, my hype level it didn't drop, but it altered, it morphed after the Starfield, because everybody here knows that that's all I wanted this year. I just wanted Starfield. That again, that's the game I've been hoping for, hyping for. Really wanted it. So, but it changed, it morphed. But as these weeks have gone on since that delay was announced, and then starting to write down lists of what we do know, what is real possibilities of being at this show. And again, just looking at 2023 now, man, this show has got me excited, because this could blow our socks off. And everybody says, well, they came out, and then finally Aaron Greenberg came out and said 95 minutes. And everybody's like, oh, 5 minutes. What's 5 minutes? Look, 5 minutes when you're talking about gameplay, when you're talking about trailers, when you're talking about whatever you're going to show, 5 minutes is a lot. That's a lot of extra time they just added, plus having a second show. Again, expectations for the second show. Hey, look, they've said it's going to be all new stuff. I don't think that means new IP or new games that we didn't see. I just think it's going to be deep dives, new trailers, that kind of stuff. But that tells me that they are going for that pacing they had last year, except this time it's going to be gameplay instead of all trailers like we saw CGI last year. It's going to be gameplay this time, but we can expect hit after hit after hit after hit from this show with very minimal breakups. That's why I don't think Starfield gets a deep dive, because that would just break everything up. But I think we are going to get gameplay from all of those games we were expecting. So again, hype levels through the roof for Sunday. I can't wait to see this show. Future is bright. Future is bright. We've been saying it for a long time, but man, is it bright.
And the future game show is right after the show. So right.
Yeah, the future game show. Yeah, exactly.
With that real quick, I'm gonna bring Fahim Scott's little point in real quick. But I'll say this first, ladies and gentlemen, if you're still tuned in with us live, gotta hit that like button, share us out, tell your mama about us, subscribe if you're not, hit the bell, please. And other than that, if you hate us, hit the downvote button. Hey, either way, we got to know whether we're doing well or not. Hit us in the comments. You hear any interesting points in today? Let us know in the chat, man, what you felt. What was a good conversation? Deep dive a little bit. I love to see the different conversations that different people have. I like to pride myself in being able to hear different opposing opinions, and then also form my own opinion, right? I think that's what makes conversation amazing, is actually being able to have a conversation and then not hating each other after, right? Because that's not what should make a breakup friendship or people or whatever. But Fahim Scott came in, was coming in and saying that, hey, my thing is they had to buy half the world to do anything, though. And yet people still want Xbox to be the devil. Why? Be content with what y'all have. I don't want gaming dead. And yes, I mean, there is a lot of aspect. Well, not even a lot of aspect. Get that out of here. Microsoft, let's just be real. Microsoft went from 5 studios to fucking almost over 30.
23, 35 with 23 Activision Blizzard will make them 35.
So once the deal goes through, they have 35. They'll have 35 studios within 5 years. That's a lot of fucking growth for anybody. To go from 5 to 35, it's like 3 times what you had before. That's a lot. So on one hand, me kind of understanding business and how that kind of works a lot of times, we hear those conversations from them, is that a lot of the plans that they make, they have to make ahead of time. So these are things that could have been in works for quite some time. Maybe the technology wasn't where it needed to be at the point, because that's the other thing. Gaming is very dependent on technology. But yes, Microsoft had to, because of the brand loyalty and the brand sachet that Sony, Nintendo, even Sega, you want to throw that in there, because of the brand loyalty that those companies have, they were having a hard time trying to compete with only having 5 studios. So guess what? Sometimes you got to go to, you got to go to Pops and be like, Pops, let me get a couple extra dollars so I can. Well, first I need to fix this Xbox 360 situation, because that kind of blew up in our face. And I mean, I'm halfway expecting for you to just whoop my ass for it and then not give me any money and just tell me to give up on it. But then you loan me some bread and I get back out there, I hustle, and now the Xbox 360 is one of the best console generations in existence. As far as sales go, as far as it's the overall generation goes, games and everything, even with not even having that many studios, and then going into Xbox One, fumbling the ball again, trying to be ahead of the digital era, talking about television, which nobody cares about, because we all consume digital content differently, and now being on top of the ball, it's like you're gonna have to spend money. Sony's been in it since the 90s. 80s. They've been making hardware for a long time. This isn't new to them. It is new for Microsoft, who does services and software. Hardware. And guess what? They're competing with their hardware. Isn't that funny? Now Phil has said, oh, we're never going to lose the power conversation ever again. So guess what? Yeah, you got to spend some money. $80 billion later, they spent on gaming. And people look at Microsoft as the devil, right? More than anybody else has ever spent in gaming, period. But Microsoft's the devil. I think they see the bigger picture and they want to make sure that we continue to exist as gamers. Bill has said how important the console is to him. Bill has said how important the ecosystem is to him. Where is Nintendo and Sony in those conversations? Big bad Sony pulled out of E3. Big bad Sony doesn't want to announce games around their competitor anymore. They do it on their time because they can. Conversation's different, man. It is what it is. Nothing wrong with it, but it's just you gotta have an understanding of it. That's why I say you gotta take that RTS view, pull yourself out of the world, get out of your bubble. I know a lot of people say, "Oh, it's only because of the." No, so you'll be very surprised. A lot of the things that you see in the bubble and in other places, they extend out to Facebook, Twitter, Reddit, YouTube. People have a very hive mindset. So these conversations that you see are sample sizes of what I've seen this my entire life. The bias for Sony is there. I can go to a mall, ask 100 people. I can tell you it's going to be there. Guarantee it. Number 7 in brand recognition across the world. I'll get out of it though, because I feel like I'm going on another tangent.
Yeah, no. I mean, Fahim, there's always going to be pessimistic people.
Yeah.
Run around screaming their heads off that the sky is falling like Chicken Little.
Yeah.
Okay, there's always going to be people who see the doomsday scenario when an industry grows the way that it's growing with the gaming industry.
Perfect.
There's going to be consolidation. There's going to be purchases. Okay, back, let me just throw, again, Steele and I don't do a whole lot of numbers, but we do numbers from time to time because it's important to remember.
Right.
Back in 2017, so before this giant explosion over the past few years, back in 2017, just in the United States alone, there was over 2,300 development companies in the gaming industry, over 525 publishing companies. Just in the United States alone, 220,000 people were working in the games industry in the United States in 2017.
Yeah.
Look, that number has grown exponentially with this industry. There is more money, more people flooding into this industry now than ever before. Consolidation is going to happen. Okay, so you could see a doomsday scenario. I could, if I want to think about it, of course there's a doomsday scenario, but there's also a utopia scenario that goes along with that. And then there's a whole lot of in between. Steele and I have talked about this many, many times. My thought process is it's never going to be doomsday. It's never going to be utopia. It's going to be somewhere in the middle. We're going to
Yeah,
fall somewhere in the middle. The
always.
thing about with Microsoft purchasing all these companies and consolidation, it's not just Microsoft. Embracer Group has bought up most of the double A market at this point. Now they're
Yeah,
starting to buy some triple A stuff too.
that's where talent is.
Look, that's where the talent is. But what happens is when you see these consolidation happens with an industry that's still growing, okay? Now we've started to come out of the main part of the pandemic. We've seen a little bit of drop off as people go back to real life, can go outside, go do other things from an engagement standpoint, from a buying standpoint, but that also has to do with inflation worldwide. Now, right now, people are budgeting even more right now, okay? So that's happening. But what you aren't seeing, you're not seeing the industry all of a sudden revert and go under where it was. It's still growing
It's
at a steady
booming.
pace.
Yeah.
It may not be growing at the pace it was during the pandemic,
Nah.
but it's still growing.
Booming.
So what happens when consolidation happens? I like to think of it this way. It opens up the opportunity for somebody else to come in, right? It opens up the opportunity for another company or multiple companies to take Activision Blizzard's spot if that acquisition goes through. They will fill that hole. And then one of those companies has the potential to become the next Activision Blizzard. That's the circle of life in this business right now. Now, is there a scenario that where someday this industry gets too big and can start to collapse upon itself? Of course, we've seen that before. I went through when the gaming industry was almost dead, when Atari was out there burying 8 ET cartridges in the desert. Okay, I lived through all of that. Of course, I was much, much, much younger, but I lived through all that. So I know the history of video games. We've seen the ebb and flow, but this industry has never been stronger. This industry has never been healthier. What Xbox is doing right now is what they need to do because they see the future and they want to make sure that they insulate themselves from whatever happens on the outside. Xbox is directly now tied to Microsoft. It used to be the fun little side project.
Right.
It is now
Pillar.
one of the pillars of Microsoft because
point.
it is so important to their Azure servers. And we know that cloud, outside of even gaming, cloud is still in its beginning stages. The cloud is going to become a much, much, much bigger deal to all industries. It is going to become bigger for all of us going forward in our lives into the future. Again, so they're tied directly now to Microsoft and Azure servers. That means Microsoft is not going to want to see Xbox fail. They're too important to them. They mean everything to what their future goals are. So they're going to invest heavy, which means Xbox has to grow. They're going to insulate themselves so that if people do some crazy stuff in the industry and all of a sudden the industry starts collapsing, Xbox is going to have so much talent acquired in so many different in-house ways that they can publish content. It's not going to matter. They can supply Game Pass. They can supply themselves with all the games that they need without ever having a third party to help them if it ever came to that point. So again, that's all they're doing right now, but the industry is too big right now to fail. The industry is too big to fail. It has gotten to the point where it's now mainstream.
Yeah.
People have now
Easy.
shifted some of their entertainment from reading, from watching TVs and movies to now engaging with games, right? That's what's happened here, and that's not going to go away. People thought the video games were going to die off. They thought it was a fad. You can go back and read early 80s articles saying that video games are a fad. It's a kiddie toy. It's never going to evolve. It's going to be dead. There was toy company makers, board game makers back in the day were saying, nah, we're not worried. Video games will die off. This is just a little thing. Look where we are now. So don't worry. Again, if you see the doomsday scenario, I do understand it. You could certainly find a way to get there. But more than likely than not, we're not going to get to utopia where everything's perfect, but we're going to line up somewhere in the middle. And Xbox, for their side of things, Microsoft, they don't want to see Sony die. They don't want Nintendo to die off. They understand that Sony and Nintendo are an integral part of this whole industry. So they're going to continue to help them. That's why Microsoft is saying, hey, we get Call of Duty, it's going to stay multi-plat. We're not trying to kill off Sony. We're not trying to take gaming away from gamers.
Trying to kill us,
we're trying. Yeah, exactly. Again, they turn they turn a blind eye to that. They're better than that. They say no. We want everybody to be happy. We want more people to come in and enjoy this. We may want to have everything on the cloud eventually underneath our big giant kingdom.
That's something.
We want maybe Sony hosting their games underneath the cloud.
Right.
We might want Nintendo hosting their games on their servers. Right. So you have everything in one bubble, but we don't want them to die off in any way, shape, or form. So, Fahim, I understand completely where people come from. And it's just, we're going to be in a good place. Trust me, we're headed there. We're already there. It's the golden age of gaming. It's just going to continue from here, even if things do change down the road. So,
yeah, no, 100%. From there, man, where would you like to take it, man? Where do you think is going to be a good place to take it next, man?
Let's go. We've got under an hour still, so let's cover Keely's show real quick and go through some of the surprises and some of the stuff. We don't have to deep dive everything here. There was over 40 titles show, and I mean it's crazy. Anybody, we kicked off this week on Thursday with Keely's Summer Games Fest. We did not know what to expect. I obviously thought a lot of the big stuff was kind of shown in advance. They talked about Street Fighter 6 coming, they were going to have new gameplay, a character reveal, and that kind of stuff. So we knew a lot was going to be there. Modern Warfare 2 with campaign footage was going to be their actual gameplay. So I thought we knew a lot about this showcase. Turns out we didn't, Steel. There was a lot of surprises in here, man. A lot of new stuff. Not huge stuff.
Not by
There was
any
a lot
means,
of good stuff in a lot of different ways, right? So, so let's talk about it, Steel. You got the list of games, Steel? Or do you want me to run down?
You can run them down. You can run them down.
All right, let's run them down here. We'll stop at the big one. So Street Fighter 6. So they showed off a character announcement of Guile coming back. This is a beloved character. I don't believe he ever showed up in Street Fighter 5. Correct me if I'm wrong, Steel, but this was one of the characters that people were missing out of Street Fighter 5. Yeah, classic character, came back. But what they did do on top of announcing him is they showed him in fights, but they showed it continuous kind of fighting. So you got to get a better idea of the mechanics in the fighting. Loved what I saw, Steel. Loved the flash. Loved the overall, the extra graphics when they're pulling off special moves and combos and that kind of stuff. Loved everything I saw. I think they're doing a great job. And from what I've heard in the community so far, everybody's happy with the character designs. You feel the same way, Steel?
Yeah, I mean, it definitely looks interesting. And I like the art design for sure. The open world still worries me. But as far as like Street Fighter overall, I'm not the biggest Street Fighter fan, honestly. So it's one of those things where I'm like, whatever. But I definitely think it's going to, not to say that I wouldn't play it, whatever. Not to say that I wouldn't play it, but it didn't do quite enough for me to pull my interest. But it does look like it's moving in the right direction for what I know of Street Fighter. So I'm excited for that.
Awesome. And then we got our first surprise of the show, Steel. This came out of nowhere. Nobody had heard about this game. Well, they went to a scene straight out of Aliens, knew right away it was from the vehicles, the planet, the atmosphere. I knew it was Aliens. We were all talking about it when we were doing live reactions, and everybody said, oh, it's got to be Fireteam DLC. And then that kind of was like, oh, maybe it is Fireteam Elite DLC, right? We've got that Aliens. It makes sense that they're going to show off a new expansion.
Right.
No, Steel. No, all of a sudden they cut the short clip of gameplay, and it's a top-down isometric view, multiplayer shooter, and it's called Aliens Dark Descent. Bro, we were all like, yo, this is looking good. Give me another Aliens game. I'm on board. Shout out to Doom Reaper, who in the chat this is his favorite announcement so far. Yeah, I'm excited, man. We're gonna get what looks to be an action, and Jasper had gotten an email about it and kind of read off some of the details. Sounds like an action RPG, Diablo light looter shooter.
Hang around the Hulu Motel and you start.
What'd you think, man?
Aliens Dark Descent definitely looked It looked attractive. The most recent Aliens game, I believe, what is it called? Alien Team's Fire Team or something like Aliens Fire Team.
Aliens
like
Fire Team Elite.
Fire Team Elite. That one is also a pretty decent game. I haven't put enough time into it to really find out whether I loved it or not. But this, with it being more of a top-down style, it just being a little bit different. There's a lot of things that they could take advantage of as far as this goes. Again, I know we've had a great time with the games like The Ascent. So what I'm kind of imagining is something like The Ascent, where you got over the top weapons. Maybe they're more than likely going to streamline it down to where it's going to, of course, keep it as what we know for aliens or whatever the case. But it would be awesome to see if they put throwing some over the top weapons in there too to fight off the horde. If we got to find the weapons, however that may be. I am excited for it. This is something that I would jump into, especially for some co-op fun.
Yeah,
like a good
there's
time.
gonna be classes. There's gonna be upgrades. I mean, crafting. It sounds pretty cool. Steel. I'm always down for new Aliens games. So I'm happy. One of my favorite IP of all time. So looking great there. And then we went to Callisto Protocol. Steel. Again, shout out to Steel. If we hit 1K, Steel's gonna stream this live. Everybody, so continue to help us to get to mission 1K this year. He will stream Callisto Protocol if we get there. Listen, this gameplay was ridiculous. Again, I'm already saying it looks too much for me. Again, heads being bitten off in half, which is okay. I don't have a problem with the gore aspect of it, but the jump scares and these things look even deadlier than the Dead Space.
And then the environment,
enemies, the environment. You got environment kills that ended the trailer, getting sucked into some fan, getting chewed up. Brother, Callisto Product. I mean, again, shout out to this team. Protocol. They broke away from EA, started their own studio, making the Dead Space game they always wanted. This is literally Dead Space 4. I can't say literally because it's not literally Dead Space 4. But what I'm saying is they took everything from Dead Space. It's got the health bar on the back of his suit, the Isaac, not Isaac. His suit even has some looks to it that look like it's a weapon.
Reminiscent.
Bro, what'd you think? What'd you think, man?
Yeah, Callisto Protocol is definitely a game that I'm interested in, but like you said, it looks like it's just taking Dead Space was probably definitely, that's kind of like my font, that's like my line, right? If it's going to be more impactful than that, because in Dead Space, after the first couple hours, it was like, okay, I have a feeling now, right? This one, now that you're including environmental kills also, I can fucking creep myself out, accidentally getting sucked into a turbine. Like, oh my, like completely think you're good to go. You're backing up and the next thing you know, like, oh, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to handle all that. Again, if we're able to get to 1K, I'll definitely, it's not something that I necessarily would get day one. We get to 1K, somebody wants to invest. Hey, look, man, I'll play it on stream. Play it live, raw, and 100% uncut for y'all, so y'all can see me jump and everything else. Fucking that game's gonna be over the top, man. But like I was saying when they showed it, it definitely looks like it literally plays just like that. Right. To me, this definitely comes across like, and nobody knows what the status or relationship between EA and them was, but this definitely looks like a big FU to EA for closing them down.
Right. Exactly. And I'm happy for them. And they're getting it out in December prior to the Dead Space remake launching in January, which I think is amazing for this team. And shout out to Glenn Schofield, the head of that studio. Bro, his interview, like a lot of these interviews droned on, but man, I was enjoying him because he had that New Jersey mafia to him. It was amazing. I don't mean to stereotype, but it was amazing. He was like, hey, yo, we got the gore. We're gonna, you got the guns. You're gonna shoot off some. Oh man, it was fantastic. I love that, man. He's a great dude. Anyways, so awesome to see for that team. And then we jumped right into Modern Warfare 2 campaign gameplay. Steel. I've already talked about my resurgence of love for Call of Duty after this. Modern Warfare 2's got me. Their marketing is off the hook. They're doing everything by the book. Everything is looking fantastic. They came out with some extra information. We're going to have a sandbox mode supposedly in Modern Warfare 2, much more comprehensive map editor for Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2. I mean, all this stuff, it just seems they're doing this one right. But the campaign gameplay, while it is cross-gen, they've confirmed it, definitely look like this new engine that they're working on now, Steel, that they're going to combine with Warzone. Warzone 2.0 is also going to use this engine, so it's going to be unified across the entire Call of Duty universe now. Really looks impressive. I really liked what I saw out of the gameplay from the campaign. How about you, brother?
Yeah, I'm definitely excited. I think Modern Warfare 2 is going to be my chance to really jump back into it. Like I told you earlier, I'll probably re-download the Modern Warfare multiplayer, so we could probably jump back into that, because I haven't been back into that multiplayer in a long time. If I played Warzone at all, or if I played Modern Warfare at all, it was mainly the Warzone that I was playing. That might also give me a chance to jump into some of the campaign, because I did hear the 2019 version of the campaign is different from the original Modern Warfare.
It is.
I thought for the longest that they were both exactly the same. That's why I never played it. To hear that it is updated, it's also newer. They took the story a little bit differently. I do want to end up playing through that. So that might be a co-op or something that we may be able to do, or something like that. Maybe not. I might be able to just do it on my own, just blaze through it. Because Call of Duty campaigns usually aren't ever too long. They're typically about 8 hours, if I'm not mistaken. Maybe less, depending on what difficulty you're playing on. But it has me excited. It definitely gave me the older feels. Like just the map that they were on that boat. I remember the exact same mission, going through it before. Like I was saying when we were watching it, playing on the harder difficulties, how we was just out in the open getting shot. Like, no, you're not going to be doing that. You're going to be in prone, hiding in cover, getting shot by AI that has lasers, beam shooting. We know that's
why I don't play it on hard mode anymore. I used to do all the Call of Duties and Battlefields on the hardest mode, and I just don't. Because I just want to enjoy.
No, veteran veteran ain't fun. Nah, that shit ain't.
Yeah,
that shit ain't fucking fun.
No.
Setting under that though, hard or whatever. That's a good time. But yeah, the hardest different. There's no point. It makes the game completely pointless.
I used to use.
I don't care about it.
Now I don't care.
I don't care. Like, I like those updated military shooters, but I don't care enough for me to play on the hardest. No, I don't. No, it's okay.
Right. So,
but it was a good time. No, I was just saying I'm excited for it. This could be again. It's gets me salt to a Battlefield, because it's going to be the resurgence of Call of Duty, man.
Yeah, it is. It is. I really believe that too. I think
it wasn't even down for long.
Right. And then we rolled into an old school franchise that has been ported over to almost every generation at this point. This was back in my day. This was cutting edge when this game came out. Flashback. Really, Another World was another version of it too, but both of those were cutting edge. But they're bringing back Flashback, and they're making a Flashback 2 in a more modern style 2D setting. Not much to say on this. Again, old heads like me will remember Flashback. A lot of the younger kids probably have never played Flashback or even heard of it. But again, it was cutting edge at the time. Now they're not trying to be cutting edge. They're making a number 2, bringing it forward a little bit, giving it some new 2D, 3D stuff. But really, again, if it's ever on sale, ever drops in the Game Pass, I may pick it up at some point just to go back to it, because it is a great game. It's a great story, actually, too. Sci-fi setting. But Flashback 2 announced. Steel, you got anything on that one?
No, I don't have anything on Flashback.
Yeah, no, that's cool. Another game that I've had my eye on for quite some time. We saw it last year. It's only PC right now. I'm hoping it's going to get the console treatment. First-person shooter called Witchfire. Look, this is a very cool looking game. Some people are going to say, well, it's got some Doom to it. Yeah, it's got some Doom to it. Anytime you bring demons and that kind of stuff. But they lean heavily into the religious side of things, which a lot of developers don't do. Yes, we see a lot of the devil stuff, a lot of the satanic stuff. We've seen all that in games before. But you don't get the other side. You don't get the Christian side of things when you're battling, right? Whereas this one, your dude's doing the sign of the cross. Like, I was like, yo, we don't see that too often in video games, but this looks fantastic. It's a smaller developer. It's not a big time developer. They have made some other games previously, but man, Witchfire is looking really cool. I hope it comes to console. I got my eye on this one. Steel, your first impressions of Witchfire, what'd you think?
It definitely looked interesting. It looked like something that was going to that would be appealing. I definitely don't have any genuine interest to jumping in myself right at the moment. But it's definitely, I think it's going to definitely pull some an audience in for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's got some steampunk to it too,
Yeah.
with the weapons. It's got the old weapons mixed with magic and kind of updated technology as well. It's got that
Yeah.
steampunk flair to it with man. It just looks cool. I
It
hope
does.
it does come. And then we had, of course, we had to get Mr. Baker up on stage, of course, and he and another actor, I forget his name, are doing Troy Baker. For anybody who was wondering who Baker was, Troy Baker. They're doing a small game called Fort Solis. This is going to be set on Mars. And it's going to be an exploration, more seems like psychological horror, which is cool for me, but more exploration, moon-based set, Mars-based setting. But they did say that there's some traversal that you can be able to traverse to different areas in different ways. Interesting. Again, shout out to the sci-fi horror genre, getting mad love right now, big love right now. Horror fans are eating good. We got more too, eating good right now. The horror genre was kind of been looked over for a long time, except for a classic here and there back in the day. Through Last Generation, we did get some good ones, but a lot of horror fans out there been clamoring for this. Well, guess what? We're getting a lot of this stuff, and it's a lot of sci-fi horror this time around. Dead Space. Then wonder why EA is bringing Dead Space back. But Fort Solis, Steel, did you see anything you liked out of that one?
It looked like a Dead Space clone.
Yeah.
Again, they didn't really shy away from that or anything like that. Yeah, it's not supposed to really be any combat or anything like that. It looked all right. I'm not gonna jump into
it. Thanks, Wandering Dutch. The other actor is Arthur Morgan. Okay, cool. From he plays Arthur Morgan. Yes. Okay. All right. Cool. Got you. Thank you.
But yeah, it looked all right.
Yeah, it looked all right. Yeah. Again, the show slowed down through these parts.
Right.
Jeff Keighley was getting his Hollywood on. Of course, his best buddy Troy Baker outside of Kojima.
They
have him talk. It just got long. And then we went right from that into another sci-fi horror. And I think Steele and I, if you go back and watch the live reactions over on Fun Speculations channel, I think we both said nope at the same time on this one. Yeah. I think we were both like, nope. We ain't doing this. And of course, this was our first surprise, Game Pass surprise. This is something we normally see on the Xbox stage, an indie developer making a brand new sci-fi horror game. Normally would be something that Xbox is promoting on their main stage. Now, Tim Dog kind of insinuated through Twitter and last night on Xbox Ultimate that he does feel like some of these games, they had so much at the showcase that they had to move some of them to Keighley's show. And this is the first one because this is coming Game Pass day and date. It is called Routine. Yeah. This is another moon. Now, this is the actual moon-based horror game for sure. You do have some kind of scanner weapons or something in this game. First person. The atmosphere, the graphics are ridiculously good. The lighting looked off the charts. But when the robot with the shark face showed up, that's when I said nope, and that's when Steele said nope. Okay, when the robot's popping out of the shadows and grabbing you, and you're thinking, oh, okay, this is a robot, and all of a sudden it shows its face and it's got shark teeth and a shark mouth. Nope, I ain't doing it. Steele, robots aren't supposed to want to eat you. Okay, robots may want to kill you, but they're not supposed to want to eat you. This thing looked like it was going to eat you. Steele, what'd you think about Routine?
Man, when he walked down those stairs and he saw that robot that was in the next room, and then he kind of like approached the chains, whatever they were, the little drapes or flaps or whatever, and then all of a sudden he turns around, the robot pops about from out of the darkness. Yeah, man, it's gonna be a no-go for me. The game looks crazy. It looks really good.
It looks
good. It definitely looks enticing. But there's for me personally, there's something about first-person games, and at least that's how I know this is being done really well. Because if I automatically say nope, that's how I know it's being done well. That's how I know. That's all I needed to see. Oh, it works on me, because this would honestly be a moment. If you guys haven't seen the Routine trailer, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. For on the audio side, check out Routine. It's a game. As soon as he turns around, I would have been like, yeah, I'm not playing this game right now. Not doing it.
Yeah.
But who knows? Again, it could be more of a psychological thing. It definitely looks like he was about to get eaten there. So
he doesn't have those teeth for no reason. He don't have the teeth for no reason. They don't give a robot shark teeth with no intention of harming you. Okay.
Callisto Protocol too. It's just like it's going really kind of too brutal for me. Like you're already making it complicated. I got to shoot limbs off. Now I get ate by it's just crazy. Power generator. Now a mech.
No.
Like, come on.
Yeah, no. I'll be watching this though. I'm gonna watch
Yeah,
people
yeah,
play
yeah.
it for sure because again, I do
Hey,
watch people play these games because I wish I could, just like
this
Souls games.
this would
I
be
do.
another one. If we hit a certain mark, I'll stream it. I'll
Yep.
stream it.
Yeah, there we go. Might be 10K for
So,
steal on
yeah,
that one.
maybe.
And then we got, of course, another look at World Slayer Outriders. You talked about this in your
Yeah.
predictions, Steel. Not coming to Game Pass as we know right now.
Right.
Still no announcement on that. But Outriders, Steel and I went back and ran through it again. Again, the core gameplay, the loop is there. It's all there for People Can Fly. They also came out this week and had a little interview in which they stated they are expecting Outriders to be a continuing franchise. They are not giving up on Outriders, but to ask customer base that you guys didn't do right by, and again, that's Square Enix and People Can Fly's fault, but the customer base that you didn't do right by in the beginning when you had lots and lots of problems with your game, to ask people to pay $40 to come back to a DLC, even if this DLC is expansive and it looks like they're doing a ton of stuff with this DLC, I think is too big of an ask. I think this is something that does need to be thrown into Game Pass to give second life to, or at least give a chance to. I don't know. It might be too late. There's so much for people to play now that you got one shot. Every once in a while, we'll see a game get a second chance, but in reality, most games get one shot. And people stuck by Outriders for almost 2 months before really started jumping off ship. And I just think that $40 is too much. I think you agree with me on that one.
Yeah, no, I have the issue that you kind of ran into again. Whether nerfing the game to what your actual intentions were, or removing things to make it easier to grind, or whatever the case may be, or just not having a proper loot cycle, or whatever the case for your game in today's day and era, especially for a looter shooter, you only have so long to grab people's attention. Now, World Slayer is doing some things that seem to be really cool, really dope, really unique. But at this point in the game, especially with other games that I'm currently playing, it would definitely be something that ends up on the back burner. And if it doesn't end up on the back burner, the only way that would happen is if it was on Game Pass. Because at that point, I'd be like, all right, well, let me try. I just recently played this and jumped, like you said, Pong, jump back into it, replayed through it. We're having a good time.
Yep.
But what else are you going to offer me? What's going to keep me around this time?
Right.
But it's also, I can also selfishly say that, kind of like with Tiny Tina, after a certain point with PvE games, there is a very quick turning point where I lose interest, because just grinding to impress my buddy, I got this, it doesn't do anything for me. Grinding to get something to body somebody with, I mean, that's a little bit different. So that's why I personally feel like, unless it's in Game Pass, it just may be a missed opportunity for me, and I'll take that. That's fine. Can't be mad.
No, again, you're spot on, Steel. We're in the same boat, man. Switch sizzle reel, which was no big deal. Hey, everybody out there, Fall Guys coming June 21st, free to play. It's coming to everything.
Season
it's
one,
gonna be
free for all.
Season one, free for all. Correct. June 21st, coming to everything. It's gonna be free to play. It's gonna be on Xbox finally. So everybody looking forward to Fall Guys. That is happening again. Not my style, but I know a lot of people love these party games, and there's going to be a lot of people jumping into Fall Guys, so that was a big deal too. A lot of people have been waiting on that. Again, it's not the same hype levels during the pandemic, but it's still there. Lots of kids playing it, lots of streamers still playing it. So hey, Fall Guys is coming for everything on June 21st. Then we got an interesting title from a dev called Frost Giant. For people who don't know who Frost Giant is, these are former Blizzard devs who worked on StarCraft 2, who worked on World of Warcraft, not the World of Warcraft that we all think of, but the original World of Warcraft 2, more RTS style. This is their first game out the gate. They're making it free-to-play RTS called Stormgate, only announced for PC right now. Again, another one with it being free-to-play, with everybody kind of, we're seeing more and more PC games come to console. I'm hoping this shows up because these devs got the pedigree for sure. When you're talking about StarCraft 2 and talking about World of Warcraft 2, look, Stormgate looking pretty cool. We didn't see a whole lot. We saw some screenshots of some in-game assets. That was it. Nothing in as far as gameplay goes. Stormgate Steel, free to play. You got your PC. Do you think you're gonna jump on this and try it out?
Probably not. I'm not an RTS player anymore.
I know
man.
anymore. I know you haven't done it for
RTS requires mouse and keyboard. A lot of the time, I mean, sure, you can get controllers set up for it. I'm just not the hugest. I don't like the idea of playing an RTS with a controller either.
Sure.
Unless it's like a game like Rift Breaker. If they do something like Rift Breaker, oh hell yeah, fuck it, I'll jump straight in. Like the combination, I really love that. Being able to do both, I can get lost in that. But just pure RTS, because I come from the era where RTS is keyboard and mouse. You want to be effective, keyboard and mouse. Best experience, keyboard and mouse. And I'm not interested in that play style anymore.
I got
you. I love to see RTS is coming back. I do also hope that it is going to be available on console, so people are able to jump into more of that genre, like they are able to, like Supreme Commander, what you've gotten out of Gears Tactics and things like that.
Exactly. So I'm hoping it comes because I'm still big into RTSs and I don't mind them.
Age of Empires. So
I hope it comes.
Which is supposed to be
coming. It should be coming. Then we got a little indie title called High Water. Beautiful artwork. Really beautiful animation. Don't know a whole lot about it. It is based on climate change. So basically, it looks like you're traveling around exploring this world which is flooded. It looks like they do have some military factions and some everyday civilian factions as well that you're going to visit. Didn't see any combat, didn't see anything like that. This seems more like a chill game, kind of tool around the world, discover things. I don't know what the storyline is like on it. They didn't really give a whole lot of glimpse into that, but did look good. You got anything on High Water there still?
Nah, I don't have anything.
Okay. All right. Then we got another indie game, which was actually shown again. And if you are interested in this one, I suggest going check out the Tribeca show, which was yesterday. Again, I was on with Indie Gamer doing live reactions. American Arcadia is coming. This is a Truman Show influenced game where yeah. It's about a guy who is a part of this bubbled in city, 43 square miles or something ridiculous, where people in this bubble city are videotaped, and the people on the outside watch this as a TV show and judge the people on their actions. And basically what it is, we found out more from the Tribeca show. You are going to be more the girl on the outside who is an engineer who is helping one guy escape this city. And it sounds like you're going to do puzzle solving. His perspective is from like a almost 2D side scrolling kind of perspective. But when you get to her and you control her, you're in a first person view, and it looks like you're going to help him solve puzzles and try to help him escape as her. That's the impression I got. I could be completely wrong on that, but that's the gameplay we saw yesterday at Tribeca. Really interesting. Again, not going to be for everybody. It's an indie, but looks kind of cool. I liked what I saw yesterday at the Tribeca showcase. So American Arcadia, steal anything on that. Mav hated the no noses. So the animation, people didn't have noses really.
Nah, I don't have anything on that one either. It's not for me.
Yeah. Yep. The Splendiferous, I don't know, man. The world will pause when Flashback 2 comes out. I don't know about that, brother. That might be going a little too far. Goat Simulator 3 Steel. Man, they started off this trailer, and it looked exactly like Dead Island 2. It looked exactly like they took the Dead Island 2 trailer, but made it different. It was more cartoony than Dead Island 2 trailer, but they kind of did the same thing. That all of a sudden goats started coming in, causing absolute chaos. Goat Simulator 3. There's never been a Goat Simulator 2. For everybody scratching their heads going, I don't remember Goat Simulator 2. There's not. It's part of their shtick. Yeah, it's part of their shtick. They're skipping 2 and going directly to 3. Looks crazy. Goat Simulator is fun to fool around with for 10 minutes. Jasper's got like 15 hours in it, so whatever. That's shout out to Lore Master. Goat Simulator 3. Then we got a new trailer for Midnight Suns.
Look good.
I was hoping for more gameplay. We didn't get that.
More CGI,
more CGI, but they were there to show off Demon Hulk and also Spider-Man.
And Demon Venom too.
And Demon Venom. Yep. But Spider-Man was the big showcase of this trailer. And interestingly enough, somebody asked the devs, hey, how hard was it to get Spider-Man? Because this game is going to be on Xbox. And they said, no, it actually wasn't that hard at all. Interesting. So Spider-Man, we're going to get Spider-Man. Xbox actually tweeted it out as well on their official Twitter and said, Spider-Man swinging onto Xbox. So they were having some fun because everybody thinks that Spider-Man is exclusive to only certain platforms.
See how that game plays.
Yeah, we'll see how that game plays. Again, I was hyped for it. It's by Firaxis, the makers of XCOM. I was hoping for an XCOM Marvel game, but they introduced a card-based battle system, which is going to determine what abilities you have during combat, which I don't like. They're doing it, I think, to make it more accessible to people because a lot of people have a hard time with XCOM games and would say nope right out the gates, like Steel and I did to Routine, just because they don't want to play an XCOM strategy game. So they're going to get it more action-based with cards being played in a more live fashion. My hype level for that game went down at that point, but maybe this might be one of the ones that Phil can go make a deal for getting Game Pass. But Midnight Suns looks really cool overall. Like the art direction, the suits, all that kind of stuff looks great. So, and again, Firaxis is an incredible developer. I love them. And then we got the Cuphead DLC finally coming. All you Cuphead fans that have been waiting on DLC for about 6 years now, it's finally showing up, and it looks to be much bigger than they originally planned.
Yeah.
Happy for all the Cuphead fans out there. Again, me, platformer, hardcore Souls-like shooter in a platform. Nope. Animation style, 30s style cartoons. Absolutely love. This game is drop dead gorgeous. I've watched people play this game. Wish I would get into it, but I'm not going to. But DLC is finally here. It's called the Delicious Last Course. They're introducing a new character as well. Yes. Steel, you thought maybe you might try at some point. Do you think maybe?
Yeah, I mean, Cuphead is always. I thought Cuphead was always dope, but I didn't know Cuphead didn't have online play, so maybe that adds on to it also. But Cuphead has always been a game that I wanted to get into because of all the games that it reminds me of. Man, I grew up playing those styles of games. I like the competition of you and the buddy getting together and trying to, run through the story together, through whatever gets thrown at you, wonky stuff or whatever. This it makes me want to jump in and play to get some co-op action in. I'm gonna have to try it out at some point. Try out the first one before I get into the DLC or whatever, or the next game or whatever this is.
Right, exactly. And I don't think who just threw that in chat.
Future plays live. I don't think future they don't go live until 2 o'clock.
Future Game Show. This might be another smaller show, Doom Reaper, because Future Game Show does not go live until 2 p.m. Central, 3 p.m. Eastern, I believe it is. So I could be wrong. So, but they're gonna have over 40 games there. There's going to be some big stuff there. People dismiss it, but it's awesome. So we are definitely going to be checking that out. We'll be live or on Fun Speculations channel with live reactions for that one. Nice. Then next up was Neon White, which we talked about in the beginning, releasing this week for Switch and PC. Again, that's that first-person Mirror's Edge style action combat game, anime style. Looks pretty cool. But Neon White is they showed that off some more. Then we got another surprise deal. Well, not really if you were paying attention. Xbox last year announced a deal with Humble Games. Humble's a nice indie developer or publisher. They announced a deal with them, and they were going to be bringing a bunch of indie titles into Game Pass, some of which we've already seen there. Well, this one is made by one dude. One dude is making this game, and it looks fun as hell. Midnight Fight Express is coming to Game Pass date, August 23rd. And they showed that off, and they actually showed... Before, we had only seen hand-to-hand combat, and it's got a John Wick style to it. You can use the environment. But they also showed vehicular combat, boats, cars, almost in the Spy Hunter mold as well. And so I really liked what I saw. And the fact that this is being made by one guy, bro, blows my mind. I can't wait for it to drop into Game Pass. I'm going to be hopping into that for sure.
Yeah, looks interesting. We'll see what it's looking like when it drops into Game Pass. Now on my personal list.
No, I get it. And then we got Warframe coming out with a brand new DLC. Warframe continues to live on. Many people. Steel's got over 1,500 hours into it, which is absolutely crazy to me. But Warframe is awesome. I have fooled around with Warframe, not to that extent, but I probably got about 100 hours in there over on PlayStation. Warframe is awesome. They're coming out with a brand new DLC, which looks really cool. It's got this black and white aesthetic with these colors. Man, I don't get it. It's called the Davari. I think Davari Paradox is what it's called. Look, Warframe continues to impress. They continue to support this game. Many people continue to play it. Warframe is an absolutely really good experience. If you jump in now, it gets kind of crazy. It's like jumping into what? Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, because I mean that is kind of a misconception. Warframe has done a lot to make the new player experience a lot smoother and a lot better.
But it can be overwhelming, like Destiny 2, like jumping into Destiny 2 right now, people are overwhelmed.
Well, now they've removed content and did other things. They streamlined it. That's been one of their main focuses over the years, is making sure that the new player experience was more friendly. And they've definitely done that last I've checked. Now, again, I'm not as involved as I was, and I'm probably at least 2 years, 3 years removed from Warframe at this point. But I still have a buddy that actually was another part of the reason why I was playing it at the time, who has way more time than that. He probably has at least 5,000 hours in Warframe. And then my brother, who was getting to it. This is one of those DLC updates that they've been looking forward to. They're supposed to be bringing a lot of content, a lot more things that are going to help make the ecosystem better. A lot of people give Warframe flack, and Warframe's a game that you have to understand how to play. And if you're not willing to understand how to play the game, then you will be lost. And like I always come down, this is going to be, y'all can take this however you want. This is one of my gamer, I guess, ticks, but I am one of those people who will tell you either learn how to play or don't play. And that's exactly what Warframe is. It's not meant to hold your hand, or, I mean, they've done better with it. Again, you want somebody to have an idea of what they're doing, but the game's been out for so long, and there's so much content that you could watch where people are consistently, we live in the digital era. Watch a YouTube video of what a beginner should be looking at, of what you should be doing jumping into this game. You're not going to waste no more than 10 minutes of your time versus getting 40 hours in and deciding it's not for you.
Right.
And this is coming from somebody who has, again, like Paul said, I have 1,500 hours in the game. Believe what you want. Warframe's a good game, but it is a time sink.
Yep. Cool. Again, I liked what I played, and I love that the developers continue to support it, and it's done well.
And they're under 10 cent now, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, fully.
Yes.
So, and that was their problem before, where they weren't getting the funding they needed, which is part of the reason why that's such a missed opportunity for both Sony and Microsoft. Because imagine if that was under either, like PlayStation could have got that, and boom, you solved your problem. You have a consistent player base that's not going anywhere, because that ecosystem is dedicated. So, yeah.
And then we got Hoyo, and I'm shortening their name. They go by Hoyoverse, whatever. Yeah, but they go by Hoyo and on Twitter and everything else. Hoyo, makers of Genshin Impact. Look, I love this. This is fantastic. They're not sitting on the Genshin Impact.
No, they're making games.
They're making games. I'd love to see that. Genshin Impact obviously made them a boatload of money, but they are not sitting on Genshin Impact. They're not just thinking about how they can monetize Genshin Impact even more. They are out here putting out more games, and they showed off 2 at this show. Honkai Star Rail is the first one, and then Zenless Zone Zero is the second one. Anime-based games, not for everybody, but Steel and I loving what we're seeing out of this. The animation looks top-notch. Everything about these games look fun. It just looks like a great game. Right now, I think both of them are only PC and mobile. I don't think they're in development for console. I'm hoping Genshin Impact skipped Xbox. I'm hoping now that they're flush with money, now that Xbox is seeing success, that maybe Hoyo starts thinking about bringing their games over to Xbox as well, if they're going to do console. Yeah, put in Game Pass. Yeah. But Honkai Star Rail, Zenless Zone Zero, looking fantastic, right up my alley. Action RPGs, fan-freaking-tastic. 2 different settings, 2 different sets of character designs off the charts. Gorgeous. I absolutely love everything about these Steel. What did you think, brother? Awesome.
Yeah, I'm excited for both. I'm going to play both for sure. They get me really excited. That's what makes me kind of makes me feel so weird about Persona, because I couldn't get into Persona. I know Persona is also a different style of game. I prefer action RPGs anyway, or action-based games anyway, whereas a lot of Persona games aren't that, unless you're playing Strikers or something like that. And Strikers just didn't do enough for me personally, for me to fall in love with it, to beat it. So, these games look again, like you said, they look right up my alley. The combat is top notch, exactly what I'm looking for. Over the top, looks like it has an extensive system to it. And again, you can have an extensive system with you only pressing the X button. You know, you can do timing, you could do, get a couple buttons involved, however they end up doing it. I do want to see combat become more and more diverse, and I think Holyo understands that. Genshin Impact is a good game too. It's another one of those where it's a setup as a mobile game. You're going to spend money if you want the top tier characters or whatever, where these games seem more, maybe not necessarily single player focused, but more streamlined to give you an overall experience versus just a, hey, get some characters together and go do some stuff.
Right, exactly. Then TMNT, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Shredder's remake,
6 players,
June 16th. So the 6-player co-op. We talked about this coming to Game Pass, day and date. 6-player co-op. April O'Neil, Master Splinter, Casey Jones, all included. Bro, off the charts. Huge W for Xbox, and this was one of those. Again, I'm surprised not on the main stage on the Xbox Bethesda showcase. Again, lends credence to what we were talking about, that this show is packed on Sunday, because if you're going to let something like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, which has a ton of hype, again, doesn't matter if it's just within this community, man, people are going to be excited to play this game. Big W for Game Pass here. Awesome to see what they did. Online co-op. Oh, man, amazing. Right, Steel?
Yeah, no, I have to 100% agree. TMNT coming back, Shredder's Revenge. It's it's 6-player multiplayer co-op, bro. Like, they did all the right moves. This is what we wanted from out of Battletoads. I think this is part of the reason why Battletoads didn't see the success that they necessarily needed. But I think this one, I wouldn't be surprised if 20 million people played it first month easily.
Right, exactly.
TMNT is it's one of those games and that shine away from that style. As long as the net code is good, this game's about to be a freaking banger, say less.
Absolutely. Super People, a new BR battle royal coming out.
It was okay.
Yeah, it's really, okay, whatever. Humankind, published by Sega. This is a Civ clone, a Civilization clone. They announced a brand new expansion with new civilizations, new cultures coming in. And then, surprise for me, absolutely 100%, they are making console versions of this, and it's coming to Game Pass day one. Humankind, another one of those PC ports coming over to console, strategy style game that I'm so excited for. I can't believe they're doing this. Humankind's got a big following on PC. There's a Civilization crowd, but there's also the Humankind crowd, and Humankind does things a little bit different than Civilization. Some people really, really love this game, so I'm excited that this is coming to console. Really, really happy to see it. And for all those people that said the Sega partnership that Microsoft announced wasn't going to bear anything, that it was just, it was just the cloud. Yeah, it's bearing fruit already. Humankind coming to console, Game Pass, date and date. Excited, Steel. I know you don't play these types of games, but man, it's still cool to see.
Yeah, it's still good to see. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, for sure. One Piece Odyssey. This looks like, again, Steel doesn't like One Piece. He's a big anime fan. I'm an old school anime fan. I like One Piece in a lot of ways. I haven't watched all of them. I haven't read them all, nothing like that, but I like their games. They're coming with One Piece Odyssey, which is a good Dragon Quest style traditional RPG from what we're seeing. So, hey, if you're into One Piece and you won't like JRPGs, I think we're getting the ultimate combination here. This looks kind of cool to me. Coming to get Xbox as well, which is good to see. Again, those Eastern style games, whether you like them or not, see him coming to Xbox. Good to see, right, Steel?
Yeah, of course. I mean, the more we can get from over in that market, that Asian market, man, I mean, that's where the talent's coming from, man. Like, they're seeing the advances, they're putting it to work. I think Unreal 5 is going to be a solid place where we really see from the Asian side of things, especially where they really take advantage of the hardware and the engine that's at work.
Absolutely. And then we get Soul Hackers 2, new trailer. Again, all on board. Atlas, first game in a long time since the 360 era that's actually coming to Xbox. So happy for this. And we think, Steel and I both think, this is the start of something bigger. This is the door was finally cracked on Atlas's headquarters. Even though Sega owns them, they let Atlas do their own thing, and Atlas has ignored Xbox. But Soul Hackers 2, very niche. Spin-off from Shin Megami Tensei, like Persona, a very niche spinoff, but it is coming to Xbox. I'm going to support this. I'm going to be picking this up. I can't wait. It's looking beautiful. It's classic Atlas Persona style. I cannot wait for this game. Looks really awesome. Soul Hackers 2, another Eastern style game coming to Xbox. Capcom Stadium Volume 2 was announced. Lots of great games in there. Darkstalkers, Saturday Super Slam Wrestling, or whatever the heck it was called. I forget, from back in the day. Another big big collection of old arcade games from Capcom. That is coming out. Stadium Volume 2. Metal Hellsinger has a demo out right now on Xbox, out on everything. Yeah, rhythm-based Doom. That's what this is. With hard metal music. Like we're death metal. Okay. I'm not into rhythm games. I can't play them. Steel, are you gonna check out Metal Hellsinger?
No, I'm not gonna be playing it. It looks cool. I like the concept. I'd be all about that, but
I know some people have tried. I think Tony Grasso, he's still in the chat. He's already played the demo and said it's really good. So if you're into rhythm-based shooters and you want to check out something really cool, this I can definitely say it looks cool because it's Doom style. Go check out Metal Hellsinger. The demo is out now. The Quarry, which just released, we had a final trailer for The Quarry. It's released to really, really impressive reviews. A narrative heavy driven game. Go check it out. It's out there. The Quarry, again, not for me, but it's going to have multiplayer coming in July. Looks really good.
Yes,
movie quality.
It looks definitely movie quality. I don't know if the game plays at 60. I hope it does. But yeah, it looks like a movie style. I like the art style. I like what they went for in this one, man. Again, it's not my thing typically. I mean, but yeah, people are having a good time with it, and it could be another trademark IP, right? So.
Yeah, it could be. And then we got Nightingale. This one I've had my eye on. Still only announced for PC. Now, Steel kind of got turned off because it is a first-person survival game. But Nightingale is the one where you can take these cards and combine these cards and create gates to other worlds. And it is a survival game. So you're building and all that kind of stuff. Don't know if it's MMO style, if it's just multiplayer style. I thought maybe it looked like an MMO, but that's just me impressions. But it is really cool. This is set in a steampunk era as well, but also mixed with fairy tale lands that seem like they've taken from all types of fairy tales from all over the world. So very interesting game. Nightingale is looking really cool to me. Want to see it come to console, obviously, because I'm not going to play it on PC, but it looks great. So you PC players out there, go check out Nightingale for sure. I thought it looked cool. I know, Steel, you kind of were turned off by the first person that was like, meh.
Yeah, no, I'm not really with it.
Not digging it.
Yeah, it's not for me, but hey.
I get you. Hey, no, something for everybody. Not everything is for somebody, right? Exactly. So that's the way it works. And then Saints Row came out to show off once again all the customization and announced that they were releasing the Saints Row character creator in advance of the game, just like they've done in the past. So all you Saints Row fans out there, they're looking forward to the new one. Personally, it comes to Game Pass, I'll play it, but But you can go create your character. You can go fool around with the character creation, which is extensive, very extensive.
It's deep.
Yeah, you can get yourself looking right before the game shows up, and then you can transfer your character over into the game. They've done this in the past. It's really cool. But that was their announcement at this as well. Warhammer Dark Tide 40K got the one of their final shows here. We believe leading up to launch sometime in October. I think it is right now. Is it September or October? One of the two. But man, they showed off the latest trailer, and Steel, I think we both were impressed. I love the Warhammer worlds. I want to get into the reading of them. I think the lore is crazy. It's so outrageous how big it is. But Dark Tide looks like Fat Shark, who made Warhammer Vermintide 1 and 2. Fat Shark is that team that has continuously worked on an IP and has gotten better at every turn. And man, does Dark Tide look like they're taking the next step up. We're talking close to AAA quality here, folks. And this is going to be an Xbox console exclusive coming to Xbox and PC. It's going to be on Game Pass day and date. This is going to be a big one this fall. Multiplayer, first person, with everything you come to expect, the craziness, the hordes of enemies coming at you. If you've ever played Vermintide 2, they look like they even upped it even more than that in this one. Mechanics wise, guns look great. character classes look all different, look fantastic. Designs looking good, and some of the special abilities, like this one where you had this energy between your hands and then pop this dude's head as he approached you, looked like a pimple, looked great. Steel, you liked what you saw at Dark Tide, right?
Yeah, Dark Tide looked interesting. I've never been knee deep in any of the Warhammer series. I really have never just given them a shot or anything like that. I think they're typically like co-op experiences too. I mean, it'd be definitely interesting to jump into one. This may be that one that I get into. Who knows? I definitely would give it a shot if it's going to end up being on Game Pass for sure.
Yeah, it is. Day one, man.
Yeah.
Console exclusive.
Hard to know.
Bloober Team finally showed off their game. Everybody swore they're working on a Silent Hill game. Look, maybe they are working on a Silent Hill game. Maybe they are. Maybe that rumor isn't dead. But I hope it's dead because they came out and showed off their game, and it's actually in the Layers of Fear franchise. And this one they're calling Layers of Fears. They're not giving it a 3 because there's been 1 and 2, but Bloober Team showed off their latest and greatest in Unreal 5. Whether you like Bloober or not, hey, I root for this team because, again, small time dev coming up in this big gaming industry, doing better and better and better work. I liked what I saw here. Some of that Unreal Engine 5, some of those environments in that game, not all of them, but some of those environments, man, looked fantastic, Steel, didn't they?
Yeah, no, 100%. I'm definitely interested in it. I want to see more from it, man.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, for sure. Psychological horror I can do, and this looks like again another psychological horror game. So I think I can do this one. Gotham Knights. We're hoping to get more gameplay. No, that's not what we got. Got a new trailer showing off the customization of your characters, which still caught your attention. Looked kind of cool. Like they had all different kinds of hairstyles,
different night. You got different, costumes. That's the thing that you would expect from the superhero games for sure. Yeah. And it was cool to see. Only thing to me is, why did you show anything if you weren't going to show actual gameplay combat mechanics?
Unless there were some snippets in there, very short.
I think there's something that they're fine tuning, and that's why they're not showing it like that from that perspective.
Probably from the feedback they got.
Probably. I mean, again, they don't have any reason for it not to be like the Arkham Knight, like the Arkham games. There's no reason. Right after Arkham Knight, it has to be at least at that level. Like bare minimum. I mean, that's what we're kind of expecting. So hopefully they're working on that. Again, this is from a different studio, WB Montreal. So we'll see. Rocksteady is the one that handled the combat before. So is this really going to be one of those? Because Arkham Origins is also one of those that people are kind of up and down about. I just recently finished Arkham City. I'm now in the DLC portion of it. I'm doing Harley's Revenge or whatever the case might be. But I got that a little bit on the back burner as I'm in these current 3 games that I'm on. But I want to see if Arkham Origins is the one that is the worst out of all of them, or if it's just kind of been tomato kind of thing. You know what I mean?
I got you, but you're right about Gotham Knights. I hope the combat is getting polished up a little bit.
Right.
So again, and I hope it comes to Game Pass because I do want to try it with you guys. So, but last but not least, the leak. Sony leaked it themselves prior to the Keighley show. Totally killed Keighley's vibe. You could tell he was interviewing Mr. Not my favorite, Neil Druckmann. Troy Baker came back out. Of course, this was Last of Us remastered for PlayStation 5 and in development for those horrible 2 little letters, Steel, PC. That's right. In development for PC. Yes, they are actually remaking The Last of Us again, this time from the ground up, supposedly. Again, what they've showed, I could definitely see a definite improvements there for both PC and only PlayStation 5. And they're going to charge you $70 for this. Again, that debate's been raging since Thursday, whether or not $70 is too much to ask. Again, this is something I would pick up because I think The Last of Us 1 is a GOAT of all time for me. So I would pick it up again to play it on my PlayStation 5 if I get the PlayStation 5. But if you want to wait for a sale or for it to drop into PlayStation Plus, I imagine that's going to happen at some point as well. It's just an option, folks. People could freak out about the price. It's a cash grab, obviously. It's a cash grab. Sony does this. But if you're not happy with the price, wait. Again, if you played it 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 times before, wait. You got that option. Just wait it out. It's going to show up in their service. It's going to show up on sale.
Yeah.
But again, they did announce this. They've also got a Firefly edition for $100.
Yeah.
Which, yo.
Mm-hmm.
But then Steel, they touched on the show as well. The Last of Us show, of course, coming out. They had to showcase that. They brought out Troy Baker because he's going to be in it. And what's her face? I forget the girl's name that played Ellie. She's going to be in it. Look, they did all that fanfare. And then they got down to Steel's favorite conversation. Brought up factions, Steel. Brought up factions. And Neil was like, well, yeah, it turned into this whole bigger thing. I can confirm it's going to be a standalone, and we're going to talk more about it next year. And then they gave us one piece of art. Concept art. Go ahead, Steel. Go ahead, Steel. Go ahead. Get your bars off, brother. Let's do this. Get your bars off. You've been getting your bars off elsewhere. Come on. Let's do it. Factions coming out. Well, we don't know when it's coming out. It's standalone, though. We know that. We know we're not going to hear about it until next year, brother. So
Okay.
Go ahead.
So let's start off with Last of Us, the remake of a remaster.
Yeah.
To me, there is still a conversation to be had or something to be said about, hey, guys, content was pulled, and guess what? You're still going to pay $70 for that game. And they actually blatantly told you that it's not going to be in that game. Hey, you can get that same game remastered right now. That includes the other half of the package. Let's see, I guess this is the case of what happens when multiplayer hasn't been a focus for you, which is understandable. I don't personally think that this is acceptable. Why are you releasing a remaster or a remake of a remaster and you don't even have the second part of your second game out yet? That was promised to come out when the game came out originally. Talking about Last of Us 2. No multiplayer. Where's it at? Where's the factions at? It's in the works. You're hiring. And then you come and show me concept art. Nothing in the engine. You didn't show me a screenshot. Showed me concept art. And told me it was going to be in a city. Oh, the game's got more expansive than it's ever than we imagined. And that's cool. That's fine. Why didn't you say that from jump? Hey, Last of Us 2 is not going to have multiplayer. Why? You knew it was getting more expansive at that point. I guarantee you knew. You knew before you released the game that was going to be the game. That's fine. Whatever. Single player game. You play full price for it. There's other games that people talk about that do these same things, but people complain about that. But we'll leave that out because I don't want to be, this isn't about what about it isn't. This is about my personal interest in factions in the multiplayer side of Last of Us, which I will stand on my square on the original promise that I made when I played Last of Us originally. The entire reasons I invested was because of the multiplayer. Because of the multiplayer, I was able to enjoy. I was able to try that story out, and I love that story. Top five games honestly ever created at this point. Guaranteed. Easy. That's with no adjustments being made, because now we're hearing that, in this remake, they may make changes to the story that's going to make it more in line with with 2, and it's going to tell more of a cohesive story. That things could change. So as of 6/11/22, Last of Us first game, one of the greatest games ever made, including multiplayer, by the way. Told myself then, if the second game didn't have multiplayer, I'm not going to play it. Second game has had a bunch of controversy. I don't care about that. I love the first game, so I would love to play the second game. I don't care what people say. I've heard about the story. I judge games off of what I've played. I can sit here and say the game looks good. It looks like a technical marvel. It looks like Naughty Dog knows what they're doing. They take too goddamn long to do whatever they're doing. Like they have too much of a leash. When you give a dog, you take a dog for a walk, or you give them too much of the leash, they kind of start getting away from you. You gotta reel them back in so they walk next to you. You're not getting pulled all over the place. No, next thing you know, you're getting dragged across the ground. No, especially when you got big dogs. You can't be doing all that. I feel like they have too much of a leash because of the quality of game that they put out. But in the year 2022, I don't think it's acceptable for you to not acknowledge that your game was not ready and is not coming out. The second half of your game is not ready or not coming out until 2024. So at this rate, that's what it looks like. The game is so expansive. This extra mode became so expansive, it's now going to be released in 2024. If they get it out 23, man, they're goats. They got it together. But you showed me concept art. That doesn't tell me anything. But again, this is Sony we're talking about here, right? Naughty Dog is under Sony now. I think there's a lot they could be keeping to the chest. Sony could do their own showcase. They could show it there. Full gameplay display. Great. Don't see it right now. And I just feel like it was a waste of space to even say anything about it unless you had something to show for it. This was supposed to be a part of your game that came out 2 years ago. Almost 3 years ago. You've kept quiet. This is that double-edged sword that we've mentioned here, where having a lot of conversation can be very bad for you. Microsoft. Having very little conversation can be very bad for you, Sony. But I guess when you're number 7 in brand loyalty across the globe, or you're in the top 10, you can just do whatever you want. They'll flock they'll flock when we need them to. That's why people will buy the remake of a remastered game. I am not downplaying it. Keep that in mind. The remake looks fucking amazing. There is definitely a quality upgrade, ground level type. Seriously. It's not worth $60 to me. I've already released the game. Buy the game right now with less than $40. Mastered EP with the multiplayer. You don't want to do it for that. It's been on sale for multiple times, way less than that. It's just we have this problem within the community, and it's not just us. This isn't just us. This is everywhere. Because Sony is not known for multiplayer games, they don't have to have that standard. But everybody likes, but we're in 2022 and things should just work. Oh, when the Xbox Live party goes down, I'm mad now. Go join the party on PlayStation then. On PC, unless you're using Discord, go join a party on PC. You know how? Or do I need to show you how? You need to watch a YouTube video how. It's just, there's a lot of back and forth. The conversation swings both ways. K. Asante says the dog is being naughty. They are. Naughty Dogs are great. It's a great dev studio. Great. Fantastic. They got the talent. They know what they're doing. They can tell a story. I don't care if it's controversial or not. That still tells volumes enough that they were able to portray that through a game. Gaming is art, right? Subjective. But goddamn, this shit isn't okay. To me, at least personally. And it makes it worse when you're remaking an already remastered game and your other half of your game isn't out. It's kind of like a Halo. Same thing for me. You're continuously supporting Master Chief Collection, but Halo Infinite is having content issues. But you got content for Master Chief Collection. Whether that's another team or not. So it's perspective. It's mind share. How it comes across to the people. That's what you want to avoid. But again, them Sony potentially keeping stuff close to the belt, maybe that works for them in that end run. And we've seen it work. So Pong, I mean, pull me off from the ledge. Am I diving too deep? Is this too real? Is this not it
bro,
for me? Like,
bro,
is this a hot take?
No, this is your game. And again, we've talked about it many times. Sony is forgiven for things that a company like Xbox never would be forgiven for. They've earned some of that respect because of their past. But in cases like this, again, something was promised. Even if factions had become as big as Halo's multiplayer, or even say 50% of what Halo is, it had to become any type of real community beloved, you know, mode within Last of Us, then I think that we would be hearing a bigger outcry. Unfortunately, most of the Sony fans, and again, I'm generalizing here. Again, this is like,
I mean,
when I say most of, we know what we're talking about here. I'm generalizing, but the fact is that most Sony fans don't care about multiplayer, right? Outside of Call of Duty, outside of those games. Sony's games have always been that single player experience, their first party stuff that everybody loves. So anything additional is just like, yeah, whatever, to a lot of people within the Sony community. So people have let this go. But for people like you, Steel, who care, no, absolutely it should be called out. It should be called out anyways by the general Sony community because it was something that was promised. Where again, if you turn it into something bigger, great, fine, fantastic. Like you said, that's beautiful. But then you should have been out here and been transparent the whole entire time instead of just ignoring everybody who was waiting on it and acting like, well, they'll forgive us anyway. It's no big deal. We're Naughty Dog. Nobody cares. You know, we'll bring it out when we want to bring it out. No, no, no. That's not what you should have done. You should have probably worked on a smaller experience first, put that out, and then gone ahead and taken that smaller experience and made it what you're making it now, but at least gotten something out for the people who were expecting and were promised that this game was coming. Again, I knew this was happening. Again, the minute that Sony started transforming here and started talking about the bigger picture and started talking about games as a service,
yeah,
one of the first ones I said was going to be, it's Factions. Factions is going to be a standalone. People's like, nah, it's going to come. They do the remaster or whatever the case, they're going to bundle it. It's going to, I kept saying, I stood on that hill and said, no, this is going to be a standalone game. This is going to be one of their games as a service. This is going to be one of those monetized multiplayers that they don't have, that they need for their new subscription service. I said that from the beginning and I was right. I don't like to be right in this case because like people like you, Steel, fans of the factions, and there was a lot. I'm not saying that it was like this tiny little piece. No, there was a lot of people who I've talked to that liked factions, right? It just never was a phenomenon. It was just never something that a ton of people were jumping into. But there was enough there that they promised to make another one and that it would be coming after The Last of Us 2. And people said, okay, all right, thanks for letting us know, after The Last of Us 2, that's fine. It should have been there day one, but that's okay. As long as you guys are working on it. Neil Druckmann was out there promising you guys that. So yes, it should be there. It's something that they got away with. And again, now that they're in that mode, what else is going to be forgiven? What else can we get away with? What else can we push off? What else can we do down the road? That's what I hate when that precedent
no
is set.
Upgrade path.
Right. No upgrade path, nothing like that. Again, $70 is a cash grab. I think you brought it up, Steel, or somebody did, that they should have bundled it with 1 and 2. I think it was you.
Yeah.
A bundle for $70
sure.
would have been okay. All right.
Put in my collection.
This is a cash grab. Like I said, it's something that I appreciate that The Last of Us, people say, well, it's not needed. Look, I don't care. Skyrim just got their 10th anniversary. Skyrim's been updated before. I'm not one of those people that said Skyrim didn't need to be upgraded again because Skyrim's one of the GOATs for me. I think there's certain franchises that should always be updated and always be brought forward.
That first Last of Us game is one of those.
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those for me.
It's because they have a TV show coming out. It's going to introduce it to a new audience. And mind you, this is a worthy update.
It is. It's bigger than we think it is, right? So, so I'm down. I'm down for the idea. The price point is ridiculous. It is a cash grab. I'm not going to even try to justify it. It's not. And as far as factions goes, no, this should not be forgiven. This should be talked about. People should be more up in arms that they were promised something that was never delivered, an experience that they're now going to monetize the hell out of and make big. Hey, good for them. It's business. They need those types of games. But look, to do that to the fan base that supported you from the beginning and not deliver on a promise, that should be called out and that should never be let go. So no, you're not off base, Steel. I understand, especially from your perspective, the passion that is involved with it. No, you're not off base. There should be more people like you out here saying, Sony, what the fuck? This is not right. Naughty Dog, what are you doing? Drunkman, what are you doing? You're supposed to be this great studio. You guys seem to be working on all these projects. Why couldn't you get us out of regular factions while you were working on this bigger idea? Why could you not have given us an experience that you promised us from the beginning? So nah, you're not wrong, Steel.
And then if you weren't gonna do it, then just say that.
Come out, be transparent.
Something different. It's way bigger.
Not wait now.
No,
not 2022, and then say, well, we're going to talk about it more next year. Here's one concept, piece of art. What
stage of development are you in on this?
Yeah, exactly. Is this we're going to talk about it next year?
It wasn't 2024. It wasn't in the forefront. It wasn't on your mind. You weren't caring. It was a last thing. Yep. That you were worried about the controversy. Like, I don't know, man. Maybe that's what it is. K Asante, that's exactly what they're going to do. The game is going to be free. 4 years later for a free game.
Yep. Wow. It's going to be free to play. I think it's going to be free to play.
Wow.
Some people are still saying they're going to charge. And again, we are talking Sony.
It's going to be part of the service.
They may try to charge some upfront stuff. I don't know, but I think it's going to be free to play personally, just monetized to all hell, which is fine. Again, that's a model. It's something that's been done,
and it will work for them too.
It works. Yeah, it
work perfectly for them. Perfect game for it. But whatever, it is what it is. From there.
Yeah, no Kojima, which was surprising. Again, that's why the thought is that potentially Sunday is when we get Kojima, because everybody thought Kojima was going to be here. So that was a big shocker. Overdose leaking early, thought for sure this was the spot. Was not. So Sunday is the next big one, Steel.
Yeah, if the rumors are if the rumors are true, man, Kojima is in a partnership with Xbox, and that deal's might see the fruits of that labor. Again, you don't have to love the guy. You don't have to like all his games. I'm never going to play Death Stranding, but he carries some weight with him, and people respect him, and the East loves him. So, Kojima just needs to be careful, man. Just don't make another game and talk about how stupid people are.
Exactly.
It's your vision. I mean, at the end of the day, there's something to be said. If a lot of people don't get your vision, maybe it could just be your vision. I'm just saying. Yeah, it still has to work at the end of the day, but people love it, so it is what it is.
Man, Steel, we crushed it.
I think so.
We crushed
it, man. I think so, man.
Yeah.
The Future Game Showcase is going to be here within the next 45 minutes, man.
Yep. And I'm going to be on Boxing Burger's prediction show. I got to hop over there right after this. It has already gone live, so I'm going to be hopping in there to do predictions. Maybe I'll bring. Nah, he said we can jump in 20, 30 minutes late, so it's fine. They're doing house cleaning and stuff. Mav and Wandering Dutch are there right now, along with Mads Gaming. So I'm not late. Otherwise, I would have said something. Okay. So I'm cool. Miles and I are going to jump in a little bit late here, so no big deal. But yeah, I might be bringing Phil's cheat sheet here with me. I might blow everybody's minds over there as well. With the
I think it'll work. I might have to slide in right behind you so you got a special guest. If I have some time, I'm eating now. Trying to prep. But yeah, so what we'll do, we'll go ahead and ramp down the show. I want people to have plenty of time for the Future Game Showcase. If you're going to tune into that, again, I will be rocking with Mav on that. Fun Speculation. Check it out on his channel. Got invited, so definitely will be over there. Check us out. But now we'll go ahead. I think we've had a lot of passionate conversation today. Had some honest conversation again. For those who are new here, if you're listening on the audio side, come to YouTube, hit the like, check us out on Twitter, tell a buddy about us, hit the reviews, tell us how we're doing in the comments, man. We want to continue to evolve the show. Again, our mission is 1K. We want to get to 2K though. That is the goal. I think for us to hit the year, I mean, again, we're not doing a lot of the work behind the scenes actively to try to move us in that direction. We do need to get more live on Reddit. We need to open up a Discord so we can just build up our community. But those things take time. Those things take energy and effort, which not all of us have at an abundance, right? Our
Correct.
Game time is that time where we kind of just pull away from our lives and just kind of enjoy the hobby, enjoy the passion, along with bringing you this energy, bringing you the octane to help you power you through the weekend with Living Splitscreen and keeping you updated on what's going on throughout the industry. Again, We pride ourselves in taking that RTS view, real-time strategy, pulling ourselves out of the world, looking at the darker crevices of the map, pulling our resources together, and overall, and bringing it to you all. Because I feel like that's what's important. So with that, though, I think this is going to be the perfect time for us to wind it down right into this day in gaming, where we cover 30 years of gaming history, basically for this date of June 11th of 2022. So get locked and loaded for that. Some people say this is the make me feel old section. I don't think it's that.
Steel. It is.
I don't think it's that. Again, you call it what you want. Gaming is art, should be treated as such. I am a forever and will be a proponent of that. I'm gonna get a shirt made that says that. Living Splitscreen on the front. Gaming is art, should be treated as such on the back. Whatever I got to do to make sure I can make that happen, I'm gonna do that. We need it. But let's get into this day in gaming. What has happened in gaming? What games have been released this day in gaming? Let's get into it.
Let's do it, Steel.
All right.
It's gonna be exciting. Let me tell you.
Is it? You think so?
Yeah, because I'm already feeling my bones creak and my muscles getting weak. Yeah, this is gonna be a good one, Sonny. Let's do this.
All right. So we're starting 29 years ago. This day in gaming, in 1993, we had the NES release, Mighty Final Fight in Japan.
Cool. MFF.
MFF.
Yeah, no idea.
1998, PlayStation released Pocket Fighter in Japan.
Okay.
In 1999, Nintendo 64 released Mario Golf.
Yeah. Awesome.
Okay. Good time. 2001, Game Boy Advance released Rayman Advance.
I always like Rayman.
I love Rayman. Rayman's my guy. I still got a thing for Rayman. They got a Rayman game. I believe that was on 360. But it's more like a 2D side scroll. I missed the 3D Rayman. We need another one of those. Ubisoft, get to work. 2004, PlayStation 2 released Tom Clancy Splinter Cell Pandora Tomorrow.
Fan-freaking-tastic. Let's go. Let's go, Fisher. Let's do this. Coming back.
Then in 2009, PlayStation 3 released Bomberman Ultra. Shout out to Bomberman, man. You're forever a piece of my heart.
Killing friendships everywhere.
Yeah, no. I trap you with that bomb. You're not going to like me for the rest of the day.
No.
Then in 2009, DS released Infinite Space in Japan. All right. Well, that was infinitely boring. 2009, the Wii released Metroid Prime 2.
Yes, sir.
Echoes in Japan. Then,
great game.
2012, PlayStation Vita released Metal Gear Solid HD Collection.
Amazing. Still to this day. Love it.
2013, PlayStation 3 released Tekken Revolution.
Can't go wrong with Tekken.
I can't go wrong with Tekken. I don't recall that one, but whatever. 2015, 3DS released Dragon Ball Z Extreme Butoden in Japan. I don't know what that is. I didn't have a 3DS either.
Surprising.
I have a 3DS. I wasn't in the hand.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, after the Game Boy SP, I completely fell off a hand. Unless it was the PSP. The PSP was kind of major, other than that. And then in 2015, Android released Dragon Quest VI in Japan.
Love Dragon Quest.
Then the 3DS released Fire Emblem Fates Birthright.
One great franchise. One of the franchises I'm missing not being on Nintendo these days. That's one of them. Right
then in 2015, PC released Lego Jurassic World.
Lego.
Yeah.
All of them.
Then in 2015, PlayStation 4 and Xbox One released. I think this is a pretty damn good game. Payday 2 Crime Wave Edition.
Not the best performance, but no, Payday is a good game. It's fun. It's fun. Yeah, period.
Get it right. Got a group of buddies.
Yep.
Get in there, get it done right. It's going to be a real good even when it got hectic. Then in 2015, 3DS released Rhythm Heaven Megamix. Man.
There's my kryptonite. Anytime you put rhythm in the title, I'm out.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay. Gotcha.
That and horror. No rhythm games. Let's go.
Then in 2019, Nintendo Switch released. Nintendo Switch, PlayStation 4, and Xbox One released Contra Anniversary Collection. Good IP. We need a good Contra game to come back.
Yep.
Then
To wrap it up, 2021. On PC, we got Call to Arms, Gates of Hell, Ostfront. Okay. Shout out to the Call to Arms series. Nintendo Switch got Game Builder Garage. There's a lot of people who actually use that to build their games off of.
Games. Yep.
PC release Guilty Gear Strive, which I do still play on and off. I do wish it was on and off. Again, there are certain games, genres that need to be multi-platform. Mainly because they don't have the same steam that they used to have. Not to take away or say that they've downgraded or whatever. It's just the fighting scene was heavily based off the arcade scene, and also co-op, being able to go over a buddy's house and whoop up on them or whatever the case may be. It was really heavy into that. Over the years, because of the poor support on the multiplayer side of things, is what's mainly killed fighting games. And I don't think making them exclusive to a platform helps that. No, how about you just get them, invest in them, and help them get more money so they can have better netcode in their games so people can enjoy the online experience. That's something that Mortal Kombat still has a negative side on. As great as NetherRealm is, NetherRealm, you need some help with netcode. If you had Killer Instinct's netcode, I think Mortal Kombat, again, tournaments, nothing taken away from it. But if you want to continue to evolve fighting, have to work on the netcode.
You do.
Have to.
It's important.
It's integral.
Yep.
And Guilty Gear Strive actually has some really good in-game netcode. So shout out to the Guilty Gear. And then in 2021, PlayStation 5 and Series X got the upgraded versions of Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, which is also getting its second game coming out, otherwise known as Jedi Survivor. Yes. Which I'm also extremely excited for. That's probably gonna be another one that I do a fresh playthrough on. Probably gonna do a modded character or something like that, just to enjoy it. Because I do want to fully get a playthrough out on that, but I'm about to do that after I beat Sekiro. Not.
Yeah, I know you like to focus on those games.
Yeah. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, that was your This Day in Gaming segment. This was episode 60 of Living Splitscreen.
Absolutely amazing.
Season 2, episode 60. It's been nothing but great times, man. Again, every Saturday, this is the time to look forward to. 3 hours at least worth of content. It's accidental. It happens. We're having a passionate conversation. We want the full breadth of the different things that we talk about. The only thing that I feel like we're missing personally is that we don't have the time to really refine the show down to turn it into like 20-minute bites, an hour bites. So make it easier, not only on a content standpoint for YouTube, business, right? But also just make it easier for people to congest, because not everybody has time like that. And we know it's a game. We'll get there.
Will eventually.
Hopefully the community can help us get there. Again, there is a kind of a goal that we could probably get to start establishing those things. But there's a different conversation to have in another time. And hopefully you guys are along for that adventure, because the industry is not slowing down, and me and Pong aren't going to magically stop caring. So with that being said, I'll lead off. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for being here. For those who are still here, again, hit that like button on your way out, share it. Tell people you had a good time leading you into the Future Game Showcase. Tell them that you're excited for the Xbox Showcase tomorrow. Again, today's date is June 11th. Tomorrow will be June 12th. For those listening on the audio side in the future, let us know if we were right. Let us know if we were wrong. Let us know what we can do to make Living Splitscreen better for the community. And with that, you can find me everywhere. Steel Rain. Steel Rain. The T is a 7. Everywhere. If it has a search bar, Google, Twitter, Facebook, Xbox, PlayStation, PC, Steam, Epic, whatever it may be. Type it in, you will find me. Let's get some gaming in. Look, man, I don't have to hide from nobody. Hit me up. I'll tell you whether I got space or not. If I'm trying to keep to myself, I'm recording gameplay, I'm trying to keep it low, because that's one thing that I will start changing. When I'm recording gameplay, I will be starting to record gameplay that I can actually upload. I have to start getting some of these files off my computer until I can get to a point where I can upload
upgrade some of my hard drive space. But I'm gonna start putting stuff on YouTube, man. Me just playing games, 2 hours long. I might cut it up, but I think I'm gonna just do my sessions. But I want to make sure the sound is involved. So the way I got the setup right now makes it difficult to do both. But that's not happening. Definitely get some gaming in. We'll get down to it. But other than that, Living Splitscreen every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. We are a non-console-centric platform. We cover everything that's going on within the industry. Yes, we do have preferences. All humans do. But it is not just about plastic. It's about the consumer. It's about growing our community. About reaching those 3 billion gamers. Because seemingly we can't get past the 500 million cap that we're at right now between all the ecosystems, excluding mobile.
Reach, brother. Reach.
With that being said, Pong, lead them to victory. Again, appreciate you for being here this morning, man. Afternoon. And
we'll do this with nobody else, brother. You know that. We got to get down and we got to get dirty with this stuff. And this is the best week to be doing that. And again, to have my brother from another Steel Rain every Saturday do this with, but especially this type of Saturday before Christmas, during Christmas, I should say. This is what we live for. This is why we do this. Again, and all of you that come out and see us each and every week, thank you. Thank you so much. Again, you could be a million other places right now, but you're here. And for those of you listening in the future, the fact that you go back in time and want to listen to us, again, appreciate it. Nothing but love and respect for each and every single one of you. This has been Living Splitscreen, episode 60. Love those even numbers, Steel, especially the day prior to the Super Bowl when we got Xbox Bethesda. We broke it all down for you. I hope you liked our predictions, even if they were a little beyond maybe what you were expecting. Look, we were having a fun time. This is what it's all about. Love you all. Thank you for all being here. Look at Pong Soul, Twitter, Xbox. You know the drill. I'm not even going to run down all the stuff I'm going to be on. Just watch Twitter. I'm going to be on Fun Speculations channel later today with Steel. We'll be on all day tomorrow. Obviously, I'm rolling right over to Boxing Burgers right as soon as we cut the show to hop on there for his prediction show. You can jump over there. He's got huge guest lineup. Listen, it's going to be a fun rest of the weekend. Play some games while you're listening to all of this. Of course, enjoy the shows when you're watching them, but please remember, it's the golden age of gaming, people. Get out there, play what you love what you play, and do not let anybody steal that hype or energy from you ever. I don't care what anybody wants to try to tell you online. Don't let it happen. Continue to be excited for what's happening and what we got coming. And no matter what happens tomorrow on Sunday, just know that it is going to be another freaking fantastic, ridiculous time of gaming. June forever. From here on out, I'm calling it forever. So we're all long dead, buried in the ground. Gaming is going to be around. It's going to be awesome. This is just, man, so fun right now. So all of you have a great rest of your weekend. I will be talking to you all real soon, I'm sure. So we'll see you then.
Ladies and gentlemen, keep it live, raw, and uncut. Have a fantastic rest of your weekend. Get excited. Stay excited. Keep it about gaming. Empower your communities. Stay safe. And may the gods walk with y'all. Catch y'all next weekend, episode 61 of Living.
I have a lot to talk about. Next weekend.
Much love, guys. Peace.